Chapter 4098. What did that mean? Lin Xian was stunned. The Qingshan sacred king said that I am no longer myself. You can treat me as a reincarnation. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. Reincarnation. No wonder the Qingshan sacred king looked like a child now. Everything made sense now. Could it be that the senior had retained all his memories and divine powers? This was what shocked him the most. He had seen the concept of reincarnation before, but shouldn't he have forgotten everything? He didn't expect the Qingshan sacred king to retain his memories. The Qingshan sacred king said that this is related to the nomological laws that I cultivate. I did forget, but I found them again. It's just that I'm still very weak now. I'm not at my peak. Therefore, I have to hide in the dark and not expose my identity. This is also why I erased the memories of those people. I also erased the memories of your two companions. Therefore, I hope that you can help me protect this secret. Lin Xian nodded, but he was puzzled. Why didn't the senior erase his memories? Was it just because I cured the senior? But that shouldn't be the case. Yes, it's because you cured me. You let me know that we're similar people. So I'll tell you, one day we'll fight side by side. Similar people fighting side by side. Lin Xian was shocked. Indeed, the other party had been cursed before. Not to mention cultivating. Even surviving was a problem. And he had been sealed by the black beam. Could it be that all of this was related? Was there a mastermind behind all of this? Lin Xian suddenly remembered that when he was on planet Tianming, the bronze emissary said that he was abandoned by the heavens. Moreover, the black beam had reappeared. Then, were the people who were sealed and even cursed related to the heavens behind the other party? Lin Xian increasingly felt that there was a mysterious and transcendent power in this universe. However, he still didn't know what it was. I can't tell you this for now, because you're still very weak. When you're strong, you'll naturally know. However, although I haven't recovered yet, there are still some things that I can do. If you need anything, you can inform me. Qingshan Sage King gave Lin Xian 2 tokens. He said that a token contained a dreamscape. If you are in danger, you can crush the token, and the dreamscape will appear, allowing you to escape from danger. The second jade pendant is for you to contact the leader of the Green Mountain clan. If you have anything to tell him, I will know immediately. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you, senior. Qingshan Saint King took out another leaf and said, I'll give you something called the Dream Leaf. It was an illusory world constructed using the law of dreams. You can cultivate inside. Although it can't increase your cultivation, it can allow you to fight any enemy you can imagine, increasing your combat experience. Lin Xian took the dream leaf. Then he left. It was the chief of the Green Mountain tribe who had brought him here. Azure Mountain's clan head said that the old ancestor said that those holy venerates would not let this matter rest. Hence, he told me to send young master away. Lin Xian found Morong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. The 3 of them took the teleportation formation and left the Green Mountain tribe. The formation flickered. Lin Xian and the other 2 disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in outer space. They were surrounded by the cold universe. The 3 of them immediately moved and flew into the distance. However, 3 days later, they were stopped by someone. Humph. Kid, do you think you can escape? Do you think you can do whatever you want with the protection of the Green Mountain tribe? Do you think the Green Mountain tribe can protect you in the universe now? 9 holy venerates appeared with their people and surrounded Lin Xian and the other 2. Great Master Spirit Turtle also walked out with a sinister smile. We have long guessed that you might have been teleported. Hence, we have set up many perception formations and finally found you. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu's faces were very ugly. Damn it, these people really did not give up. Lin Xian sighed. To be honest, although he knew about the existence of the Green Mountain Saint King, he could not say it out loud. Otherwise, if he used the Saint King to threaten the 9 holy venerates, they would probably be scared witless. It seemed that he had to think of another way. Kid, kneel down obediently, and I will give you a quick death. Return the treasures you plundered from us, or I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Cold voices rang out one after another. The people from the sacred city behind them were also crazy. They knew that Lin Xian was dead meat. With the 9 holy venerates working together, no one could save him, unless the peerless Saint King came personally. However, the Saint King usually would not interfere in such matters. Moreover, this place was very far from Peerless City. Even if the Saint King wanted to come, he would not be able to stop them immediately. Meanwhile, the 9 holy venerates could kill Lin Xian with a single glance. Humph! You bunch of old things think you can kill me for sure? Looks like the lesson I taught you before was not enough. Lin Xian snorted. He took out a token from his storage ring and crushed it. Do you really think you can pull off such petty tricks in front of us? The holy venerate of the thunder god snorted. He raised his hand and endless lightning intertwined, directly sealing Lin Xian and the other 2. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu's bodies tensed up. They felt an indescribable pressure. This was the power of a holy venerate. It was completely above them. Lin Xian's body was also stiff. The lightning had numbed his entire body. He could not exert any strength at all. However, a cold light burst out from his eyes. His soul had improved. It had surpassed the level of a small saint. Although it was not a holy venerate, it could still move at this time. Therefore, his soul crushed the token. Damn kid, do you not want to live anymore? Holy venerate Huang Ming roared, and the desolation Qi pressed down. He wanted to completely suppress Lin Xian. Not good. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu's face changed drastically. Lin Xian's face was also cold. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared crazily. Streams of sword qi rushed out, extinguishing the terrifying pressure in the surroundings. In the next moment, Lin Xian retreated with Murong Qingqing and the other 2. He used the great sage pagoda to block the desolation qi. The 3 of them were forced back, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. You can actually block my attack. Holy venerate Huang Ming was surprised. It seems that you still have a top-grade holy artifact in your hands. Just nice it's mine. He was too surprised. This holy artifact could save the lives of 3 people. It must be of a very high grade. So what? The other party was too weak. Even if he had a supreme treasure, he would not be a match for them. The 9 holy venerates pressed forward. No matter what, they would not let the other party escape today. However, at this moment, a terrifying vortex appeared in the sky. Streams of terrifying demonic qi rushed out from inside. Who is it? Who dares to attack Lin Gongzi? Do you not want to live anymore? Between heaven and earth, a crazy roar sounded, and the surrounding void of the universe kept shattering. The 9 holy venerates frowned. Buzz, the holy venerate of the myriad sword pavilion. He slashed out with his sword. He wanted to shatter the vortex. However, a pitch-black palm came out from the vortex and directly grabbed the sword. In the next moment, terrifying demonic figures walked out from the vortex, one after another. There were a total of 18 figures, and each of them was extremely terrifying. 18 holy venerates. Their auras were too powerful, enough to sweep away everything. The moment they appeared, they surrounded the 9 holy venerates. Not good. The 9 holy venerates' faces changed instantly. They were horrified. The other party outnumbered them by twice. Damn it, it's the Heavenly Fiend tribe. Are they all out? Although the Heavenly Fiend tribe was not a holy city, it used to be a holy city. Their foundation was terrifying. The number of holy venerates they had was not small. However, to use 18 of them at once was simply unimaginable. What was the relationship between Lin Wudi and the Heavenly Fiend tribe? What could make the Heavenly Fiend tribe so crazy and reckless? Chapter 4099. A terrifying demonic aura also appeared on Lin Xian's body. He said, "Kill them all, leave none alive." Yes, the 18 demonic holy venerables nodded in unison. Then, their demonic aura filled the sky. Kill! The 18 of them attacked together. Damn it, do you want to become enemies with us? We represent different holy cities. The holy venerables roared wildly. However, it was useless. The Sky Fiend tribe was originally demonic. Ruthless methods were vicious. In addition, in their eyes, Lin Xian was their grand elder. Whoever dared to touch their grand elder would be an enemy of the entire Sky Fiend tribe. They would kill their enemy at all costs. Therefore, the 18 demonic holy venerables attacked wildly. The entire void was completely destroyed. The 9 holy venerables screamed instantly. Although they were strong, it was 2 against 1. These people could not resist at all. Soon someone was killed. The people from the holy cities were even more miserable. They did not have time to escape at all. The energy shock waves turned them into ashes. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a cold expression. He watched coldly from the space-time. 3 days later, this place was completely destroyed. It probably would not recover for thousands of years. There was holy blood everywhere. This was the blood of the holy venerables. The 9 holy venerables were completely killed. None of them escaped. Great Master Spirit Turtle was also killed. Even the elites from the holy cities were all killed. The surrounding sea of blood was filled with wails and howls. Of the 18 demonic holy venerables, 3 were dead, 5 were seriously injured, and the others were bleeding. To kill someone of the same level, even if it was 2 against 1, it was still a painful price to pay. Moreover, they had doubled their numbers. Otherwise, they might not have been able to kill these holy venerables. Every holy venerate had a powerful trump card. However, even if they had to give up their lives, they had to kill these 9 people. Old Master, we've already killed all of them. These people walked over and were extremely respectful. All right, go back and recuperate. I will call you if there is anything. The demonic vortex opened. These holy venerables quickly left. Seeing this scene, Morong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu were stunned. Lin Xian was actually able to control so many demonic, Dao, holy venerates. This was too heaven-defying. Lin Xian looked at the 2 beauties and shrugged. Li Hongxiu sighed. Forget it. Everyone has their own secrets. I won't ask. However, it was a pity that Wan Jianni and the others were not here. Otherwise, they could have killed them all. Indeed, apart from the great Master Spirit Turtle and the 9 sacred venerables, there were also some other sacred city experts who had all died. However, Wan Jianni, Gufeng, and the rest did not come. Thus they managed to escape this calamity. Yu Quan was no match for him at all, so he didn't even spare him a glance. As for Wan Jianni, he had the confidence to defeat him the next time they met. Therefore, he ignored them and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the universe. At the same time, the news spread out. After all, many people came out of the Green Mountain world. These people did not participate in the pursuit. Instead, they returned to the various worlds of the universe. Although their memories had been erased, only the memory of their young master being the Qingshan sacred ruler had been erased. His other memories were not lost at all. Therefore, they remember all the major events that happened very clearly. Soon, the entire second astral realm was in an uproar. Oh heavens! Did you know that Lin Wudi had defeated Yu Quan and was already on the pilgrim list? What? How could it be impossible? You must be joking. That's right. How powerful was Yu Quan? Even a late minor saint was not his match, let alone Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi was only an early minor saint. Where did he get his strength from? Those people sneered and shook their heads. But soon, they found that the situation had changed again. Not only Yu Quan, but Amo Xiu also died in his hands. Now, only Wan Jianni, Gufeng, and the rest could suppress him. It was impossible for the others. Those who did not go sneered. What kind of joke was this? Why was it getting more and more ridiculous? Previously it was Yukon and now it was Emoshio. However, the experts of the sacred city spread the news one after another. Everyone frowned. Could it be true? After hearing the news, they were really shocked. The entire second astral realm was in an uproar. Oh heavens, how long had it been? Lin Wuti had created another miracle? Previously, when he broke through to the minor saint realm and defeated Lei Zhen, it was already very terrifying. That made everyone know that Lin Wuti was a super expert below the pilgrimage list. But now he had already entered the pilgrimage list and defeated 2 people consecutively. One of them even died in his hands. Was this guy trying to defy the heavens? They heard that he had obtained a lot of treasures in the Azure Mountain world, and his strength had greatly increased. He was now a mid-minor saint. No way, how long had it been? He could break through consecutively. It was comparable to thousands of years of cultivation outside. After hearing the news, they were very envious. They estimated that they could not reach Lin Wuti's level even if they cultivated for 2,000 years. What kind of news is this? Let me tell you something more terrifying. 9 Saint Venerables were trapped by Lin Wuti, and he was trampling on their faces crazily. Even the treasures on their bodies were taken away. How could it be? This time, everyone was really crazy. If one said that Lin Wuti had entered the pilgrimage list, they would have believed it. Lin Wuti had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, and his strength had greatly increased. But to trap 9 Saint Venerables? What kind of joke was this? He couldn't do it, even if he was given 1,000 years. I swear I saw it with my own eyes. Me too. However, some people suddenly nodded. At that time, he had turned into a young Taoist and used a formation to trap those Saint Venerables. Everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that it was a special formation. Thinking about it, Lin Wuti should have obtained it in the Azure Mountain world. Otherwise, it would not be a threat to the Saint Venerables. Even so, this was already very terrifying. How much courage did it take to slap the Saint Venerables' faces? Would the 9 Saint Venerables let go? No one knew. However, the Azure Mountain race protected Lin Xian, so he was in the Azure Mountain race. Those Saint Venerables did not move. However, it was not certain if they came out. Why not go and take a look? Let's go. These people moved out crazily, wanting to find out the latest news. After searching around, they did not get any news. However, a few months later, a terrifying news came. A certain place in the void of the universe had become a forbidden land. The baleful aura of the blood sea there was shocking. Ordinary minor saints would die without a doubt if they went in. Heavens, what happened in that place? Blood, and a lot of Saint Venerables' blood, did not change all year round and condensed. Coupled with the endless resentment, those below Saint Venerables could not enter at all. Some people did not believe it and went there. Even from far away, they could feel the killing intent today. Heavens, why do I feel such terrifying demonic chi? Not only that, but I also feel the biting cold sword chi, the aura of desolation, and the aura of the Yellow Springs. Could it be that many Saint Venerables of the Holy City died here? Could it be the 9 Saint Venerables? For a moment, these people were terrified. Were the 9 Saint Venerables who chased after Lin Wuti dead? Who did it? Was it the Saint King? They trembled. Chapter 40-100. The news quickly spread. So much so that the sacred city also received the news. They immediately sent out powerhouses and discovered that this aura was indeed from the people they had sent to the Green Mountain group. Damn it, damn it. What exactly happened? These people rushed over frantically. They wanted to go to the Green Mountain clan to ask. However, they soon returned empty-handed. They even returned with goosebumps. They didn't know what had happened. They only knew that they couldn't easily go to the Green Mountain clan again. Damn it! It must have something to do with Lin Wuti. Quickly find that kid and kill him. The people of the sacred city frantically moved out, but they didn't find anything at all. Lin Xian had already found an inconspicuous world and entered it. Then he entered the great sacred tower to cultivate in seclusion. He had obtained so many treasures in the Green Mountain realm and had even improved his realm. In addition, he had to recuperate after the previous battle. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Li Hongxiu had returned, and Murong Qingqing was by his side. In this year, he had already consolidated his realm. He was prepared to cultivate some new things, such as the sect convergence sword. This was something he had wanted to cultivate for a long time. Now that he had the dream leaf, he could cultivate while condensing imaginary enemies in the dream leaf to fight. This way, his cultivation of the sect convergence sword would be much faster. Just like that, Lin Xian began to cultivate tirelessly. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to cultivate the sect convergence sword without at least 100 years. Even a top genius like Wan Jinni would need a few decades to do so. However, 3 years later, Lin Xian had mastered it. Moreover, it wasn't just an ordinary beginner. He had already cultivated to a very profound realm. Firstly, he was a top swordsman. His sword Dao had long been unfathomable, not weaker than Wan Jinni. Therefore, he was able to cultivate the sect convergence sword easily. Secondly, that was the effect of the dream leaf. This dream leaf was really too good, as expected of the Saint King's method. In this world, he could create opponents that he could imagine. This opponent could specifically target his weakness, so he could improve quickly in a short period of time. In 3 years, although Lin Xian's cultivation did not improve, his attainments in the sword Dao had improved by leaps and bounds. It was completely different from 3 years ago. Now, Lin Xian was confident that he could defeat Wan Jinni if he met him again. Moreover, he had defeated his opponent in the way of the sword. Lin Xian stood up and looked at Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing had a map before, so they had collected a lot of resources and were now digesting them. Qingqing. Lin Xian called out softly, and Murong Qingqing opened his eyes. Brother Xian, you're awake. Lin Xian said, It's been more than 3 years. Where do you plan to go next? How long has it been? Murong Qingqing was surprised. Then I have to go back to the Kunlun Pavilion. All right, then I'll send you back. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, let's go. When they reached the Kunlun Pavilion, Lin Xian bid farewell to Murong Qingqing. He was ready to return to Wushuang City and continue cultivating. Although he had slapped the holy sage's face, he knew that it was still too difficult for him to defeat the holy sage with his true strength. However, he was not afraid of anyone below the holy sage. However, on the way back, he heard a piece of news. This news made Lin Xian's face completely darken. This was what Lin Xian heard in a restaurant after landing in a world when he was tired from flying. Those people were obviously sages. Although they hid their auras, Lin Xian could see through them at a glance. Moreover, although these people used a formation to isolate their conversation, Lin Xian still caught them. One of the sages said, Did you know that something big happened recently? Are you talking about the twin rain planet? Yes, it was the star world of the Rain Clan. After the Rain Clan was destroyed, that place was divided up by the big forces. However, those big forces had always coexisted peacefully, and no one inherited that world. But now, it was said that there was a big fight, and many people wanted to snatch this twin rain planet. Is that true? What was on the twin rain planet? Another person was surprised. An extremely terrifying aura came from the Shuangyuan. According to the investigation of those big forces, they found that it should be a sealed sacred artifact that was about to be born. That sacred artifact was very powerful. It was at least sun level, and it might even be a sage level weapon. What? A sage level weapon appeared on the bilingual rain planet? What was going on? Hearing this, the sages were shocked, and Lin Xian's pupils shrank. How could it be? The twin rain planet was his world. Had such a change already happened? Damn it, he had been in seclusion before, so he did not know. Moreover, a top-level sacred artifact had appeared. How could it be? He had checked before, but there was nothing. Wait, suddenly he was stunned. because he remembered that he had left the small 8 trigrams and the Spear of Destruction there. Could it be that there was something wrong with the Spear of Destruction and it was discovered? Thinking of this, his face became cold. It seemed that he could not return to Wushuang City and had to hurry to the bilingual star. He had to figure out what was going on. However, he did not set off immediately, but continued to investigate the conversation of the sages. However, there was no result. Those sages did not know what was going on. They also heard some rumors. Lin Xian decided to set off. In the next moment, his figure flashed and left. Because he was anxious, he released a trace of his aura. The sages in the top-level VIP room instantly had extremely ugly expressions. They suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. They only saw a back view. How could it be? That aura just now. Did you sense it? Another sage nodded. It was too terrifying. That was a small saint. Heavens, a small saint actually appeared in this world? Be quiet. That person probably heard our conversation and went to the twin rain planet. These people's scalps went numb. One of them said that a small saint went to the twin rain planet to snatch the Saint King's weapon? He was simply courting death if he went. Lin Xian did not know about this. He had to hurry to the twin rain planet, but that place was quite far from here. If he relied on flying alone, the item would have been stolen long ago. No, he had to use the void teleportation array, and it had to be a very top-notch teleportation array, because this time the universe he had to cross was really too far. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was thinking about how to go, the universe behind him suddenly fluctuated violently. Several behemoths were flying at high speed, and the information they brought with them was abnormally terrifying. They were pulling some chariots and turned into flowing light. Buzz, seeing that the other party was heading in this direction, Lin Xian frowned slightly, but his figure flashed and dodged. Looking at the majestic group of beasts, Lin Xian was surprised. He did not know which faction they were from, but they were actually so arrogant. It seemed that they were related to the Demon City. Regardless, he did not care. It was better to find a world to ask first, so he also flew quickly. His flying speed was very fast, and it did not take long for him to catch up with the group of beasts. The auras of the people riding the beasts in front were also very terrifying. These were all sages. One of the sages frowned. Someone is following us. Are they courting death? Men, go and kill him. Chapter 40-101. Let me go. Since he dares to meddle in the affairs of the Green Dragon clan, I will make sure he dies without a burial ground. A man walked out. He was a late minor saint. His body was covered with green scales and he had a tail. With a shift of his body, he transformed into a phantom and flew backward, quickly intercepting Lin Xian. Kid, are you from the 100 Crane clan? Or were you invited by the 100 Crane clan? How dare you follow us? You really don't know what death is. Kneel down and accept your death. What the hell? Lin Xian frowned. What 100 Crane clan? I don't know. Get out of my way. Lin Xian didn't have the mood to be entangled with these people. How dare you ask me to get lost? No one has ever dared to talk to me like this. Looks like I have to torture you. No matter who you are, you will die for following us secretly. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's palm instantly changed and struck out. The huge hand was covered with terrifying scales, as if it was a part of the world. It shrouded Lin Xian within. Go to hell. The man was also a genius. This strike could kill anyone below the minor saint realm. Get lost. Lin Xian roared. He waved his sleeve and a sword chi flew out. How dare you fight back? You don't know what death is. The man sneered, but soon his smile froze, because his palm was penetrated. Not only that, there was a bloody wound in between his eyebrows. His body was split into two, and his soul was destroyed in an instant. Lin Xian retracted his palm and continued to fly forward. After flying for a long distance, the man's body was split into two. The group in front frowned. How dare you follow us? You really don't know what death is. Do you think the 100 Crane clan can run away from the wedding? Impossible. It's your great fortune that my young master likes you, a minor saint said to the bronze chariot beside him with a smile. The bronze chariot was extraordinarily majestic. There were dragons carved on it. A figure was sitting in the chariot. She was wearing a red robe with a phoenix on it. It seemed to be a wedding dress. Moreover, the woman's head was covered, and her face couldn't be seen clearly. However, drop after drop of tears flowed out from the green veil. It was obvious that the other party was crying. However, she couldn't escape at all. She was completely sealed and couldn't even move, let alone escape. The surrounding members of the green flood dragon tribe laughed coldly. But suddenly one of them stopped laughing. What was going on? Why was that person chasing them again? Could it be that she didn't kill him? Damn it! That little saint's face was grim as he said, "Kill him." This time, 2 late-stage 5th heavenly layer experts rushed out. "Kid, who sent you here?" It was the same question again. Lin Xian frowned, but he ignored it. "Get lost." His entire body emitted a piercingly cold sword chi. He did not stop at all, but pierced through with his sword. Just as the 2 of them finished speaking, their bodies were cut in half at the waist. So powerful. The demonic beasts in front of them were infuriated, and the minor saints also stood up. Damn it! Judging from his skills, he should be a minor saint. Humph! A mere little saint dares to be so arrogant in front of us? Immediately, 8 figures rose to their feet. They were all little saints. Among them, there were 2 late-stage little saints and 4 mid-stage little saints. How could the opponent fight against such a lineup? Tell me who you are, and I'll give you a quick and painless death. An early little saint stepped forward and blocked their path. Get lost. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword again. You're courting death, that person roared, and a green storm was spat out from his mouth. The terrifying storm swept across the land, and the chi of great Tao was incomparable. Asterisk puff. Asterisk Lin Xian continued flying. The little saint's head flew up. His eyes were wide open. Even until his death, he could not believe that he was killed by a single sword strike. An expert of sword Tao, the other few people's pupils shrank. The opponent killed a little saint with a single sword strike. This kind of strength terrified them. The 4 early-stage little saints attacked together. They did not hold back, just in case. For saint items soared into the sky. The terrifying and incomparable Dharma shrouded Lin Xian. A deafening sound rang out, and the terrifying great Tao permeated the land. In the bronze chariot, the mysterious girl stopped crying. Although she could not move, she could still hear the scene outside. She had also heard the exclamations of these people. Even a little saint had fallen. Did the people of her family come to save her? She was overjoyed. Was she finally free from the devil's clutches? However, when the 4 mid-stage little saints attacked and destroyed everything, the girl was in complete despair. She was afraid that there would be another corpse. Outside the chariot, the demonic beasts revealed a hideous smile. You want to fight us? You're courting death. Let's go. The 4 little saints kept their saint items and turned around, wanting to leave. However, a cold voice came from the broken void. I don't know you guys, and we have no grudges against each other. But you guys tried to kill me time and time again. Do you think I'm a pushover? Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. They were stunned when they heard the voice. Their expressions turned extremely ugly as they abruptly turned their heads around. Their eyes were filled with intense fear. He's still alive? That's impossible. The 4 of them could fight a late-stage little saint if they attacked together. How could he survive? Could he be a late-stage little saint? Thinking of this, the 4 of them quickly retreated. One of the 2 late minor saints walked out and smashed the void in front of him with a palm strike. This time he should be dead, right? Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk the endless void broke open, and a figure walked out. He didn't have any injuries on his body. How could this be? The late-stage little saint kept retreating. He was so scared that his body was trembling. Who is this guy? Don't you think it's too late to ask who I am now? Lin Xian was furious. These people attacked him from the beginning. If he was a little weaker, he would have been dead by now. Therefore, these people couldn't be forgiven. Buzz. Lin Xian shouted coldly. He activated the law of sword and the myriad ancestral swords. Countless sword shadows appeared on his body. Kill! With a shout, thousands of sword chi spread out in all directions. Damn it! Attack! The two little saints roared. They felt provoked. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was only one person. They had so many little saints on their side. Couldn't they kill him? For a moment, these people didn't run away. Instead, they attacked crazily. Boom! 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 Various great das intertwined between heaven and earth. Countless screams resounded. Blood splattered, piercing through the 9 heavens. 8 minor saints were split in half, their eyes popping out of their sockets. So powerful, the opponent killed 8 of them with a single move. What kind of technique is this? It's too heaven-defying. One of the late-stage little saint uttered his last words. Myriad ancestral swords. Obviously, he recognized this divine ability at the end of his life. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 4102. Roar, 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 roar. The 8 sages were dead, and the beasts roared anxiously. The others were also dumbfounded. The 8 strongest experts on their side had been killed in an instant. Hurry up and run. These people ran frantically, but as soon as they moved, their foreheads were pierced by the sword chi. Including the beasts that were pulling the chariot, they all fell in the void. They were all killed in an instant. None of them were alive. The corpses floated in the air, and blood filled the air. What happened? What the hell is going on? The woman in the bronze chariot was completely stunned. She could already smell the stench of blood outside. Who could exterminate so many experts of the green Flood Dragon clan? It must be an extremely powerful expert. It didn't seem to be someone from their tribe. It must be someone who was passing by. These people from the Green Dragon tribe had angered this person. Thinking of this, she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lin Xian wanted to leave after killing these people, but he frowned. He turned around and looked behind him. He could clearly feel the presence of someone in the bronze chariot. He waved his hand and split the bronze chariot in half. Boom! 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 The woman's veil was also split in half. She suddenly opened her eyes. She was completely stunned. The scene around her, the mountains of corpses and the sea of blood, terrified her. At this moment, there were still tears on her face. She was sealed? It seemed that they weren't from the same group. Lin Xian waved his hand and removed the seal on the woman. Then he said, "All right, they're all dead. You can leave now." Then he turned around and wanted to leave. The woman behind was stunned. He didn't kill her, and he even removed her seal in an instant. It was really unbelievable. Seeing that he was about to leave, she exclaimed. Lin Xian stopped and asked, "Is there anything else? May I know my benefactor's name? I can repay my benefactor in the future." Bai Qian was very grateful. She thought that she would fall into the abyss and live a life worse than death. She didn't expect that someone would save her on the way, although this person did it unintentionally. But after all, he helped her escape from the demon's clutches. Forget about the name. Lin Xian shook his head. If he said his name, it would probably scare this girl. But to repay my benefactor? Don't tell me I have something to ask you. Benefactor, please say it. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do it. Bai Qian said excitedly. If he asked her to repay him, she would probably agree without blinking her eyes. The reason for that was because the person in front of him looked very young and very handsome. More importantly, he was strong. He was strong, late minor saint. This person might very well be a holy venerate. Hence, Bai Qian felt very nervous. Do you know in the nearby star worlds, where there is a world in Star World? It's the kind's teleportation Lin Xian had only asked casually because he felt that such a teleportation array was usually only found in places like the major factions. It would be difficult to find one elsewhere. Bye. You. Lin Xian was stunned. In the next moment, she revealed a smile. Bring me. Bye. In the process of flying, Lin Xian understood that there really was a world nearby. There was a world with such a large teleportation array. This world didn't belong to a holy city. It belonged to the ancient race. The 10,000 ancient races were all terrifyingly powerful races with powerful bloodlines. Therefore, it wasn't a problem for them to own a world and have a super teleportation array. This world was called Flying Star. It was Lin Xian's target this time. Lin Xian had gained a certain level of understanding of the woman that he had saved. Her name was Bai Qian. She was from the ancient white crane race. This time, she was forced into marriage. The green flood dragon race was stronger than the white crane race. Therefore, Bai Qian was sacrificed to marry the young master of the green flood dragon race. Originally, Bai Qian resisted with her life. Who would have thought that she would be sealed in an instant? She couldn't die even if she wanted to. Fortunately, Lin Xian had stepped in and saved her by accident. Otherwise, one could only imagine her fate in the future. Green flood dragon race. White crane race. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. They were all from the ancient race. Bai Qian asked for Lin Xian's name. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, Teach me how to comprehend the sword. He was currently comprehending the sword Dao, so he casually came up with a name. Lin Xian used the dragon-shaped sword energy to form a mask. He wore it on his face. He didn't want to attract attention this time, so he hid his identity and changed his name. Big Brother Wu Jian, the flying star, is in front of us. Bai Qian pointed at a huge star in front of them. Lin Xian nodded. As expected of the ancient race, this star was much bigger than the others. Soon, they entered the clouds and entered the flying star. Lin Xian asked, How can I activate that super teleportation array? Bai Qian said that the city lord of this world had to agree. As for the city lord in Primordial City, there would be a few battles there. As long as one could win 81 battles there in a row, one could make a request to the city lord. Big Brother Wu Jian, you're so strong. It shouldn't be a problem. He knew it wouldn't be so easy to use the teleportation array. However, it wouldn't be a problem if it was just a challenge. Next, the two of them set off for Immemorial City. Immemorial City was very famous in the Star Realm. It could even be said to be the holy land of this world. Not only the people of this world, but the geniuses of the nearby star realms would also go to Immemorial City when they had nothing to do. After all, this place had a huge attraction. If one could win 81 battles in a row, any request could be fulfilled. Of course, if one wanted to live forever, they would probably be beaten out. If one wanted to ask for something, they had to ask for something that Immemorial City could accept. For example, some precious cultivation techniques, mystical abilities, natural treasures, or beauties. Even some experts and geniuses of the Holy City would come. After all, some people wanted to improve through battle. This kind of challenge was the most suitable. Of course, there were more ancient race experts. These ancient race experts had powerful bloodlines and talents. They couldn't be underestimated. As they flew, they finally saw a huge object on the horizon. It was Immemorial City. How was this a city? It was even bigger than a country. On the majestic city walls, there were modeled swords and sabers. It had a primordial aura and had been standing for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps the other party had already witnessed the arrival and fall of countless geniuses. Friends in front, quickly land. Don't you know that you can't fly into Immemorial City? At this moment, a voice came from behind. Hearing this, Lin Xian stopped and looked at Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian said, "This is my first time here too." "Is this your first time here?" the person behind asked. It was a war chariot with 3 people standing on it, 2 men and a woman. The 3 of them sized up Lin Xian and Bai Qianqian curiously. When they saw Lin Xian, they frowned slightly. They couldn't see his face clearly because he was wearing a mask. Moreover, they couldn't see his cultivation level clearly. Soon they gave up. The 2 men looked at Bai Qianqian with a glint in their eyes. What a beautiful woman! And from the looks of it, her bloodline is extraordinary. Which race is this fairy from? The red-robed man took the lead and walked over. He revealed a handsome smile. Chapter 4103. I am from the 100 Crane clan. This is Brother Wu Jian. Qianqian said. So it was Fairy Bai. The red-robed man smiled and greeted her. My name is Hui Yuan. I am from the Firevine clan. My 2 friends are brother and sister. They are from the Mountain Pangolin clan. The black-robed man said, My name is Chuan Shui. The black-robed woman smiled and said, My name is Dongling. The 2 men looked at Bai Qianqian from the beginning to the end. They didn't even look at Lin Xian. At this moment, Dongling smiled and said, She didn't know which clan he was from. Bai Qianqian said that this was Brother Wu Jian. He was a very powerful swordsman, a human martial artist. The 3 of them were surprised. A hint of disdain appeared in the eyes of Hui Yuan and Dongling, but they didn't say anything. Instead, they said that since it was their first time here, why not come with them? They didn't wait for Lin Xian to answer and directly led the way. Brother Wu Dao. Bai Qianqian asked for Lin Xian's opinion. Lin Xian shrugged. It would be great if there was someone to lead the way. Next, they were unimpeded and soon arrived at the city. As soon as they entered the ancient city, they felt a tsunami-like roar. There was a terrifying law in front of them. Bai Qianqian's face was slightly pale. This power really shocked her. Lin Xian was expressionless. He had long heard that there would be a challenge here, so he wasn't too surprised. How is it? Is it your first time here? Are you shocked by this scene? When you arrive, you will be even more shocked. Hu Yuan laughed in front. In his opinion, these 2 people were scared silly. Of course, he only saw Bai Qianqian's expression and didn't see Lin Xian's. Because Lin Xian was wearing a mask, he didn't think that this human in front of him wouldn't be afraid. Not long after, they saw one arena after another in front of them, fighting at the same time. Countless cultivators were watching and cheering in the surroundings. These arenas were extraordinary. They were passed down from the ancient race and had extremely strong defensive arrays on them. They could prevent energy and protect the surrounding spectators. However, the aura they emitted still shocked countless people. Kuemo! Kuemo! Many people in the surroundings were shouting crazily. Soon, their voices became uniform and shook the 9 heavens. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked over. In the largest arena in the middle, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. A man in black armor easily defeated the enemy. At this moment, he was waving his hand and accepting the cheers of these people. Seeing this, Hu Yuan smiled. Did you guys know that his name is Kuemo and he is very powerful? He had already won 50 consecutive victories and was very close to 81 consecutive victories. Was he that powerful? Bai Qianqian opened her mouth wide. That's natural. Hu Yuan smiled as if he knew everything. It was not easy to win 81 matches in a row. Even winning 70 matches in a row was very difficult. It was said that no one had been able to win 81 matches in a row for several hundred years. Really? Bai Qianqian exclaimed. Although she knew the legend of the primeval city, she didn't know the specifics. Of course, it was very difficult to win 81 matches in a row. It was probably impossible. For Kuemo to be able to win 50 matches in a row was already very heaven-defying. Bai Qianqian nodded, but then she smiled. Others might not be able to do it, but Brother Wu Jian could definitely do it. What? Hu Yuan was stunned. Was it the masked man next to him? He could win 81 matches in a row. What a joke! The pangolin siblings also laughed. They were laughing at Bai Qianqian's ignorance. However, Bai Qianqian didn't know. She looked at Lin Xian and said excitedly, "Brother Wu Jian, when are you going to go on stage?" Lin Xian said, "Wait first. Let's look at the rules here first. Since the other party said that no one has been able to succeed for several hundred years, there must be something wrong. This meant that there must be some secret here. Otherwise, it was impossible that no one had succeeded. He had to figure it out first before making a move. He didn't want to waste any more time. As for the flies beside him, he completely ignored them. They were just clowns and couldn't enter his eyes. If they really dared to provoke him, he would just kill them with a sword." At this moment, countless gazes were looking at Kuei Mo. The armor on Kuei Mo's body released a terrifying aura as he laughed. "Come, continue. I must break the curse of not being able to win consecutively." Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the ground trembled. A mountain-like figure jumped up and then landed fiercely. His skin was very white, but there was a single horn on his huge head. This was a rhinoceros saint. His aura was very strong. He had already reached the middle stage. It was useless. It was over. The rhinoceros's voice was very terrifying. He directly attacked. This was a demon saint with boundless strength. He could destroy heaven and earth at any time. Everyone was worried for Kuei Mo. However, after 3 moves, everyone screamed. Because after 3 weeks, the rhinoceros saint was defeated. Countless screams and shouts sounded. Everyone went crazy for the power. Bai Qianqian was also stunned. This Kuei Mo was so powerful. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was even more powerful than the ordinary powerhouses of the Holy City. But that was it. He was still not his match. It seemed that he could easily win 50 matches in a row. After that, he probably wouldn't even ask before 70 matches. However, after 70 matches, there would probably be a problem. But he still didn't know what it was. The rhinoceros saint's shattered body healed, and he left the arena dejectedly. Not long after, another powerhouse challenged Kuei Mo, wanting to snipe his chances of winning. However, many people lost. This scene surprised Bai Qianqian even more. Even Hui Yuan and the other 2 exclaimed in surprise, as expected of a terrifying expert. "Sorry to disturb you." At this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads to look at the forest. Xian discovered that it was an old man who was about 1 meter tall. He had blue skin and pointed ears. His eyes were also blue. It seemed that he wasn't human. He was also one of the 10,000 ancient races. Hui Yuan and the others were originally unhappy. What kind of status did they have to be disturbed? However, when he saw the jade token on the old man's waist, he was stunned. What did this old senior want? Hui Yuan revealed an even more genial smile. The old man waved his hand, and a blue light screen appeared, forming a seal. It enveloped the entire space and then disappeared. Although it couldn't be seen from the outside, Lin Xian knew that this was an isolation array formation. Now, their conversation could not be overheard by anyone other than them. He didn't expect this old man to be an array formation expert. He didn't know what this old fellow wanted to say. He actually made it so mysterious. After the old man set up the array formation, he smiled and said, "Are you interested in helping me?" "What help?" Bai Qianqian was surprised. Hui Yuan and the other 2 didn't say anything. The blue-skinned old man said, "Help us fight and snipe Kuei Mo's chances of winning." "Ah, isn't that cheating?" Bai Qianqian exclaimed. Hui Yuan and the other 2's expressions changed. "Fairy Bai, don't talk nonsense." The old man wasn't angry. He chuckled. "How could it be considered cheating? We just want to make the challenge more interesting. If it wasn't difficult, then our immemorial ancient city probably wouldn't be so popular." Sure enough, Hui Yuan and the other 2 nodded. It seemed that they knew about this rule. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder. The later the game, the more experts they would find to snipe. In addition, it was a tag team battle. There would probably be one round that they would lose, especially the last few rounds. They would probably be very terrifying experts. No wonder no one had 181 consecutive rounds for hundreds of years. Chapter 4104. Lin Xian frowned. No matter what, this old man was a late minor saint. Couldn't he see that Hui Yuan and the other two weren't Kuei Mo's match? Hui Yuan and the other two knew their limits. They said, "I'm afraid it'll be hard for us to defeat that guy." The blue-skinned old man smiled. "Don't worry. We won't let you win. We want you to exhaust him with all your strength. Leave the rest to us. Of course, we won't let you fight for free. As long as you fight, we'll give each of you 5 purple Thunder 9 Revolutions pills." Really? Hui Yuan and the other two's eyes lit up, revealing a fiery gaze. Obviously, this pill was very effective for minor saints. How about it, Brother Chuan Shan? Hui Yuan turned his head and looked at the black-robed siblings. The black-robed man, Chuan Shui, said, "All right." The black-robed woman, Dongling, shook her head. "I won't participate. You two go ahead." In the end, Chuan Shui and Hui Yuan decided to participate. Both of them were mid-minor saints, and their strength was very strong. Of course, both of them weren't from the younger generation. They were estimated to be between 1,500 to 2,000 years old. Such a cultivation at such a young age might be very amazing in the eyes of outsiders. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, they were nothing. Of course, he didn't say anything. He was just like a spectator. Very soon, Kuei Yuan stopped because he only needed to fight 10 rounds before he could stop. This was a form of protection for the challengers. Otherwise, the challengers would be exhausted to death by taking turns. Hui Yuan and the other two were also prepared to fight tomorrow. Soon, the second day arrived and the sun rose. When Kuei Mo walked back to the arena, countless people screamed crazily. Bai Qianqian's face was also filled with excitement. She rarely saw such a scene. On the other side, Dongling's eyes were also filled with infatuation. After all, experts were worshipped by others. "Human boy, take a good look. I'll let you know what an immemorial expert is." She looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Lin Xian ignored her. Kuei Mo's strength was similar to Yu Quan. Of course, he was older than Yu Quan. Lin Xian didn't put such strength in his eyes. Hence, there was nothing to pay attention to. He looked around and was suddenly taken aback. He noticed that a figure had appeared on the spectator stands in the distance. The aura of this figure was very obscure, but it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. This wasn't the first time Lin Xian had sensed this aura, especially after his eye technique and soul had improved. He could clearly sense that this was the aura of a sacred sovereign. The other party was wearing a large black robe that covered everything. However, Lin Xian could clearly see that under the black robes were ancient clothes. It looked like an ancient Taoist robe. There was a vivid and lifelike 5-clawed, divine dragon drawn on it. This shocked Lin Xian. This person's identity was definitely not ordinary. At the same time, he saw that there was another person beside the black-robed man. However, he recognized him at a glance. It was the blue-skinned old man from yesterday. The other party was very respectful towards the black-robed man. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Could it be that this person was the city lord of Primordial City? Suddenly, he withdrew his gaze, and the golden light in his eyes disappeared. His aura instantly weakened as if he had fallen asleep. It turned out that the black-robed man suddenly frowned and looked over. "What's wrong? City Lord?" The blue-skinned old man was surprised. The city lord of Primordial City retracted his gaze. "Just now, I felt that someone was spying on me, but I couldn't find out who it was. Someone actually dared to steal from the city lord. Should I send my subordinates to investigate and get rid of him? There's no need. There are always some bold guys. There's no need to pay attention to them. I wonder how it will be today. Will it be able to end his competition? The city lord of Primordial City asked coldly. The blue-skinned old man smiled. Don't worry, city lord. It will definitely end his competition. We will end it at the 69th round. The next few rounds had already been agreed upon. It seemed that these people were very confident. Next, the competition began. One after another, experts moved out. However, none of them were a match for Kuei-mo. Their purpose was to exhaust his strength. When the sixth person came out, Huiyuan went up. Watch carefully, humans. Dong Ling sneered again. It had to be said that Huiyuan was also very strong. The moment he went up, he displayed an extremely strong flame, causing countless people to scream. So strong. That's right. Where did Primordial City find such an expert? Countless people exclaimed. Huiyuan's 2 fire pain vines kept whipping. They were comparable to sacred artifacts. All kinds of fire laws filled the air. After an intense collision, Huiyuan was defeated. Next, the 7th person to go up was Chuan Shui. As a member of the pangolin race, he could specialize in assassination underground. He could be considered to be elusive. However, after 15 moves, he was still kicked out by Kuei-mo. The 7 people were defeated, causing countless people to scream. Kuei-mo was too strong. However, Kuei-yuan's face was a little pale. The opponent this time was much stronger than yesterday. He had fought 7 rounds in a row, and he didn't have much strength left. Moreover, the rules of the competition stated that he couldn't consume pills or natural treasures during the competition. Therefore, the following battles would be even more difficult. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he shook his head and smiled. Damn human brat, what are you laughing at? When Dong Ling saw this scene, she was instantly furious. Was the other party laughing at her brother? I'm laughing. This is what you want me to look good. What's there to look good about being defeated? Damn it. Dong Ling gritted her teeth. How dare a human brat be so arrogant? Huiyuan and Chuan Shui also came back. When they heard this, their faces sank. Human brat, we let you follow us because of White Fairy. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for killing you. This was the territory of the 10,000 ancient races. Although humans could come here, they were very low-key here. Who dared to laugh at them like this? Just a few ants like you dare to say such words to me? I spared your lives because of Chan-Chan. If there's a next time, I'll definitely destroy your souls. After speaking, Lin Xian directly walked forward. Brat, how arrogant! Huiyuan and the others shouted angrily. By Chan-Chan persuaded, Oh, don't quarrel! Huiyuan said, White Fairy, although I'm giving you face, this brat is too arrogant. I can spare his life, but I have to teach him a lesson. Bai Chan-Chan said, I'm not worried about Brother Wujin. I'm worried about you. Don't fight with him, or you'll die miserably. What? Huiyuan and the others were stunned. They'll die miserably? Are you kidding? That brat isn't even a small saint. White Fairy, have you been deceived by this human? Dong Ling also frowned. Bai Chan-Chan shook her head. Brother Wujin is very powerful. She remembered the previous scene. When she opened her eyes, the 8 small saints were already dead. What kind of power was this? Of course, she wouldn't say it out loud. If these people dared to provoke Lin Xian, they were really courting death. Damn it, what is that human brat doing? Suddenly, Dong Ling screamed at this time. Huiyuan and Chuan Shui also looked forward. The next moment, the two laughed. Did the other party want to challenge him? He was reckless. He would probably be killed in the first battle. Chapter 4105. Kuei-mo's defeat made countless people exclaim because he was the most likely person to break the record, but he still lost. He didn't even complete the 70th round and lost at the 69th round. It made people sigh. At this moment, a gaze attracted the attention of those people. They realized that someone was walking towards the central arena again. Could it be that someone wanted to challenge again? Who was Chong Tianya? The blue-skinned old man also saw this scene and narrowed his eyes. He went forward and asked. Then, the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Cultivation was another thing to be happy about, because someone wanted to challenge the 81 win streak. Let us welcome this challenger, Wu Jian. Who was Wu Jian? The surrounding onlookers were stunned. They had never heard of this name. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, a figure finally arrived on the arena. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked carefully. They wanted to see who it was that dared to challenge at this time. Soon they were stunned. They saw a man wearing a mask walk up. The other party stood with his hands behind his back. The aura on his body was very vague. It was impossible to determine what realm he was in. Who was this person? I heard that he was called Wu Jian. I don't know. Is he more famous than Kuei-mo? Why do I feel like he's a newcomer? It can't be, right? A newcomer dares to challenge? Doesn't he know how Kuei-mo was defeated? Screams and exclamations rang out. In the distance, Hui Yuan and the other two sneered when they saw the scene. Did the other party really go up? He didn't know what was good for him. Did he think that he was stronger than Kuei-mo? Just wait. He will definitely lose within 3 rounds. Hu Yuan's eyes were filled with disdain. On the other side, Dongling snorted. I don't think there's a need for 3 rounds. He won't be able to win 1 round. She mocked and ridiculed. However, on the other side, Bai Qian was incomparably excited. She clenched her small fists. Brother Wu Jian, you can do it. You can definitely break the record. Kuei-mo also saw it. He saw a human youth walk up and wanted to replace him to complete the task that he couldn't complete. This made him feel very unhappy. If he couldn't complete it, how could the other party complete it? You don't know what's good for you. I want to see where you got the capital from. When the time comes, even your family's fortune will be lost. One had to know that not everyone could casually go up and become a challenger. He wanted to challenge her. They had to pay the entrance fee first, which was also a shocking amount of wealth. He guessed that the other party must have taken all of their assets to be able to afford the tickets. Lin Xian said indifferently as he stood on the stage and looked around. I've heard that no one has broken the record for hundreds of years, so I'll be the one to break it this time. Who would be the first to come? His gaze shifted to his surroundings. He was like a high and mighty god. As soon as these words came out, it caused the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise. This Brett really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll go and meet him. Someone rushed down from the stands. In the 81 battles, anyone could go up and snipe. However, just to be on the safe side, once someone displayed an extremely powerful strength, Immemorial City would secretly spend a high price to bribe experts to go up and snipe them. For example, the blue-skinned old man from before had used pills to buy a fire source. As for Kuei-mo, he had indeed been defeated by them. Therefore, this kind of move was very common. Generally speaking, only those who had reached Kuei-mo's level would be able to attract the attention of those people. Otherwise, Immemorial City probably wouldn't have bothered to send people over. Therefore, the first saint to come up was someone who couldn't stand it. He felt that Lin Xian's tone was too arrogant. Go to hell. He waved his axe with a powerful aura that could split mountains and rivers. On it, endless runes filled the air. So powerful, even a 5th heaven sage would be split in half by this attack. He, that masked brat, is dead for sure. Many people sneered. Lin Xian looked at this scene. He didn't make a move at all, nor did he dodge. A golden light appeared in his eyes. With a plop, the giant axe stood on the ground in front of him. A terrifying thunderclap sounded. The burly man's body swayed, and he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. What happened? Did he miss? The surrounding spectators were all stunned. This attack actually missed. And what shocked them was, what happened to that burly man? It seemed that he had fainted. Did that brat make a move? No, we didn't see it. Could it be that his speed was so fast that it surpassed our soul capture? The surrounding people screamed crazily. However, the experts shook their heads. No, we didn't catch it either. These were all small saints. If they couldn't catch it, how fast was it? It was absolutely impossible. In other words, the other party didn't make a move at all. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Huo Yuan and the others had ugly expressions. Did that burly man have a heart attack? Dong Ling snorted coldly. If you're not in good health, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Get out of here. The surrounding people also felt the same way. The burly man must be injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fainted as soon as he made a move. The burly man was carried away. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Lin Xian was still standing there. In the eyes of the crowd, the other party was just lucky this time. It was impossible for the second person to be so lucky. Soon, the second person rushed up. He swept his long spear like a dragon with an extremely powerful aura. The terrifying law of fire filled the air. He charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian still didn't move. He still looked at the other party. Puff! The spear missed, and the expert who attacked also fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Oh my God, what's going on? The surrounding people were stunned again. Could it be that this person's health was also not good? Huo Yuan and the others were shocked again. Then the third, fourth, and fifth person's attacks all missed. Then they fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. At this moment, even a fool knew that it was absolutely impossible for these 5 people to be in poor health. They must have been hit. What kind of attack was it? It was so fast that they couldn't detect it. Finally, someone screamed. It wasn't him. He should have used a soul attack. Was it a soul attack? No wonder. Soul attacks were strange and unusual, killing people without leaving a trace. No wonder they couldn't see it clearly. They didn't expect this guy to be a soul expert. Brother Wu Jian was too awesome. Bai Qian cheered. Huo Yuan and the others' faces were ugly. A soul expert? It was indeed beyond their expectations. They felt extremely unhappy. Humph, there are only 5 people. It's still too far away. I estimate that there will be at most 10 people. They definitely won't be able to reach the 20th round. But soon they were stunned because the next 5 people went up to the stage in a row. But in just a second, they fell to the ground and fainted from the illusion. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had won 10 consecutive rounds. This record was nothing in the past. After all, Kuei Mo was the one who attracted attention. Many people could achieve 10 consecutive wins, but to do it so easily and quickly, Lin Xian was probably the first. Therefore, countless screams sounded. Chapter 4106. Next, the experts became more cautious. They paid special attention to their surroundings and didn't even dare to look at their opponent's eyes. However, it was still useless. Lin Xian's soul was extremely powerful. How could these people be his opponent? Therefore, 10 people fell in a blink of an eye. He had already won 20 consecutive victories. The entire process didn't even take half an incense stick's time. Everyone looked at the scene in a daze. It was as if they were dreaming. Hu Yuan, Chuan Shui, and Dong Ling's mouth twitched. Such a soul made them feel terrified. This was definitely a difficult opponent. Damn it, they actually had such an expert by their side. Moreover, they actually looked down on such a person. This was enough to threaten them. Kuei Mo's expression was incomparably solemn. No wonder his opponent dared to challenge him. It turned out that he had a soul as his trump card. On the other side, the blue-skinned old man frowned. Even the immemorial city's city lord was surprised. Soul experts were extremely rare. They didn't expect one to appear naturally. Next, some people took out their soul defense equipment. However, it was still useless. Soon, he won 25 consecutive victories. Kuei Mo frowned. When he challenged Lin Xian, he won 25 consecutive victories on the first day. After that, he stopped. Was Lin Xian going to continue? He realized that Lin Xian didn't even move from the beginning to the end. He could win the battle just by looking at his opponent. What kind of method was this? He felt a little terrified and his hair stood on end. As expected, Lin Xian won again. Kid, you've gone too far. I can't stand it anymore. During the 30th battle, a figure finally walked out. It was an old man. His skin was as black as charcoal, and there was a star between his eyebrows that was abnormally bright. It was like a third eye. He was a member of the Blackheart clan. Moreover, it was obvious that he was an expert of the older generation. His strength had reached the early minor saint realm. However, compared to ordinary minor saints, he was probably much stronger. Huiyuan and the others took a deep breath. Such an old expert should be able to contend with Lin Xian, right? At least, he wouldn't let Lin Xian win so easily. The others thought so too. However, Bai Qianqian didn't care. She knew that Lin Xian had killed 8 saint sovereigns with a single sword. 2 of them were late minor saints. Therefore, an expert of the older generation was nothing. He couldn't even be considered as a side dish. Kid, your soul might be strong, but I have the power of my bloodline. The old man cut his finger. He used his blood to stain the star between his eyebrows, turning it blood red. Boundless light surrounded him, firmly defending his soul. That's great. The surrounding people cheered when they saw this scene. The stars between the eyebrows of the members of the Blackheart clan were indeed capable of protecting their souls. Not to mention, the other party was a veteran expert. Without a soul attack, the other party would most likely die, right? Kill. The old man laughed sinisterly and charged out. This time he wanted to snipe the other party. A black blade was formed in the old man's hand, and he slashed forward. However, before the blade fell, he saw a pair of golden eyes. His heart. What? The surrounding people went crazy. Even an expert of the older generation of the Blackheart clan couldn't withstand a single glance. How strong is this kid's soul? I'm afraid an early minor saint won't be a match for him. Impossible. Huiyuan and the other 2 screamed. Dong Ling's face was pale. Lin Xian's means had exceeded their imagination. Kuei Mo's face was cold. 30 consecutive victories. Lin Xian's results were better than his on the first day. Could it be that Lin Xian's strength was above his? He didn't believe it. The competition continued. Those who came up had soul defensive weapons. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to come. Even so, it was useless. No matter how they tried to dodge or defend, Lin Xian could kill them with a single glance. After an incense stick, the 50th person fell to the ground. Lin Xian shook his neck and stretched his body. The surrounding people opened their mouths wide. Their eyes bulged. Their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. 50 consecutive victories. 50 consecutive victories in an incense stick's time. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Kuei Mo's face was extremely dark. On the first day, he only had 25 consecutive victories. Moreover, it took him more than half a day. But now, Lin Xian actually had 50 consecutive victories in an incense stick's time. Lin Xian had completely surpassed him. He had used 3 days to achieve 50 consecutive victories. How could there be such a human expert? Who was Lin Xian? Why hadn't he heard of him before? Huiyuan and the other 2 trembled. They were afraid that Lin Xian's strength had surpassed theirs. They had dared to ridicule Lin Xian before. It seemed like they were courting death. Fortunately, Lin Xian didn't bother with them. Who else wants to continue? Why don't we win 81 matches today? Lin Xian said indifferently. He didn't have time to play with these people. Humph! Behind the crowd, the primordial city lord looked at this scene and snorted. Lin Xian was too arrogant. The blue-skinned old man also received the order. He walked over and said loudly, "All right, you fought 50 matches. You're already several times stronger than the others. So, you can take a break first. Let's continue tomorrow. Oh my God, the people around me have all gone crazy." Previously, there were only challengers who chose to give up and fight the next day because they were afraid of exhausting their strength. There had never been a time when Primordial City Lord chose to stop the battle. What did this mean? Primordial City Lord couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Thinking of this possibility, they swallowed their saliva. Continue tomorrow? Lin Xian frowned slightly. Honestly speaking, he didn't want to delay time. But after thinking about it, he sighed. Forget it. After all, he still had to borrow Lin Xian's array. He could not give Lin Xian some face. So he said, "All right, I'm tired too. Let's continue tomorrow." He walked down. At this time, Lin Xian stopped. He felt a soul looking at him. It seemed to want to see through him. He turned his head and looked into the distance. The next moment, their gazes collided in the air. A large crack was instantly torn in the void. The surrounding people were so frightened that they screamed crazily. What was going on? Did someone make a move outside? Lin Xian retracted his gaze and walked away. On the other side, the primordial city, Lord's face sank. Lin Xian was actually able to sense him. Moreover, Lin Xian was able to block his gaze. It was really inconceivable. What shocked him even more was that he couldn't see through Lin Xian's mask. So he didn't know who Lin Xian was. Go, investigate his background for me. Also, get some experts for me. On the second day, I won't let him get what he wants. Prepare more soul defense saint artifacts. I know. The blue-skinned old man beside him quickly moved. On the other side, Lin Xian returned to Bai Qianqian's side. Big brother Wu Jian, you're really too handsome. Bai Qianqian was very excited. Her eyes were filled with little stars. Hui Yuan and the other two were as if they were facing a great enemy. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Chapter 40-107. Buzz. Lin Xian's gaze landed on the three of them. The three of them were so frightened that they retreated. What do you want to do? Dongling screamed. She was really scared. She had mocked him before. If he used a soul attack on her, she would probably be foaming at the mouth. She did not want to be in such a sorry state. Hui Yuan and Chuan Shui were also facing a great enemy. He said, "Young master, we did not recognize Mount Tai before," and offended young master. "We hope young master can forgive us. Young master, please forgive our ignorance." "You mean what happened before?" "Forget it." Lin Xian shook his head. He did not care about it at all. After all, why would a giant dragon care about ants? He said, "Is there a place to rest?" "I need to rest." "Yes, young master, this way please." Hui Yuan and the other two quickly led the way. When they came before, they were as noble as unparalleled gods. But now they were like little brothers. They tried their best to please Lin Xian. Their attitude before and after was really a huge contrast. When night came, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. He did not consume too much of his soul before. He was just cultivating. In the middle of the night, a figure entered the palace and approached it. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Was someone trying to assassinate him? He thought it was the people of Immemorial City. They felt that he had shown off too much before and wanted to attack him. But soon he realized that it was not. Although it was dark, he could see clearly that it was a woman who came in, and he recognized her. It was Dongling from the day. At this moment, Dongling quietly came to Lin Xian's side like a stray cat. She no longer had the arrogance of the day. Instead, she had a hint of charm, and her clothes were very wild. It seemed like she came with a purpose. "Young master, let me serve you." Dongling's voice was very pleasant. However, Lin Xian did not move. He said coldly, "Get lost." Dongling's body stiffened in the air. Her face became very ugly. Although it was dark, she could still feel her cheeks burning. "Young master, could it be that you're still shy?" She thought that Lin Xian would be reserved, so she leaned forward again. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A gust of wind blew him away. "Ah!" Dongling screamed and fell out of the palace. "Sister, how are you?" "Outside. Chuan Shui has been waiting in the dark." When he saw Dongling being beaten out of the arena, he immediately walked over and helped Dongling up with an anxious look on his face. "Could it be that you angered him?" Dongling gritted her teeth. "Damn it, he actually looked down on me." What? He didn't take a fancy to you? Chuan Shui was also stunned. Although his sister was arrogant, she was beautiful. She was extremely beautiful, and many ancient race experts and geniuses were pursuing her. However, today his younger sister had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms. In the end, the other party had kicked her out. This was too inconceivable. Now I really wonder if he's a man. Dong Ling gritted her teeth. Chuan Shui's complexion changed. His little sister could not speak irresponsibly. She could not offend the young master. She knew that Lin Xian's soul was extremely powerful, so she said, "Young master, don't worry. Perhaps young master is focused on the Tao and doesn't want to think about other things. Let's go." The two of them left dejectedly. In the palace, Lin Xian snorted coldly and shook his head slightly. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. This Dong Ling might be beautiful in the eyes of others, but Lin Xian's women were all peerless beauties. Even 100 Donglings added together wouldn't be enough. How could Lin Xian be moved by them? The night gradually receded, and the sun rose on the second day. Immemorial City was once again filled with people. This time there were even more people, because yesterday's matter had been completely spread. The entire Flying Heaven Star knew that a human soul expert had come. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn 50 consecutive victories, this was something that most people couldn't believe. Hence, they wanted to see for themselves how strong the other party was. On the other side, in the depths of Immemorial City, the floor master and his deputy stood. He asked, "How's the matter going?" The blue-skinned old man smiled. "Don't worry, floor master. I've already contacted many experts. It's enough to snipe him. Today, we'll also make him lose at the 69th round. And we've already gathered enough soul defense divine artifacts. This time, we'll definitely be able to defend against a soul. Even if we can't defend against it, we'll be able to offset most of it. Yes." Hearing this, Immemorial City's floor master nodded in satisfaction. Yesterday's matter was too sudden, causing them to be caught off guard. 50 people were all defeated in an instant, causing them to lose face. Hence, today they had to earn back their face. "Go, don't hold back today. Let that brat know our strength." A group of people walked out. On the other side of the arena, Lin Xian had already come up. He stood with his hands behind his back, the mask on his face emitting a cold radiance. The surrounding people were screaming non-stop. So handsome. Some of the girls were about to faint from happiness. The warriors were also incomparably excited. They were discussing whether or not the other party could win 81 consecutive rounds. "I think it's very possible. His strength should surpass Kuei Mo's. Maybe he can really break the record." However, there were also people who shook their heads. "Not necessarily. He only has a strong soul. If he can defend against the soul, he might not be as good as Kuei Mo. Yesterday, the other party displayed such strength. Do you think Immemorial City wasn't prepared? Today, a powerful Soul Saint artifact will definitely appear. The other party's soul attack will no longer have any effect. Indeed, they know how terrifying Immemorial City is. One must know that no one has been able to win 81 consecutive rounds for hundreds of years. This is enough to prove everything. All right, after a day of rest, I think you've rested enough. So let the battle begin." The blue-skinned old man walked up and said in a clear voice. After saying that, he retreated and stood at the side with a confident and calm smile on his face. Today's preparations were very sufficient. "Who's the first one?" The surrounding people were incomparably excited. A figure walked up. It was a woman with a scroll in her hand. She walked up and said, "Yesterday I saw your soul attack. Today, I'll personally experience it. I'll personally snipe you." After saying that, she took out the scroll. Immediately, a crown flew out from the scroll and placed on the woman's head. Countless great Daos intertwined on the crown, protecting his soul. Moon's spirit crown. World's edge. It was indeed a saint artifact. Countless people screamed. It seemed that their guess was right. Immemorial City was about to counterattack. The other party's soul attack was about to lose its effect. Humph. Seeing this scene, Koei-emo coldly snorted. Those people actually said that he was inferior to the other party. What a joke. Today he would let these people know who was the strong one. Without his soul attack, that brat was nothing. Huo Yuan, Dongling, and the other two frowned again. Could the other party still win consecutively today? If the other party lost, how would they get along with the other party? When they thought of how they were forced to bow and bend their knees yesterday, and how they were even chased out of Dongling's embrace, the three of them gritted their teeth in hatred. The woman on the stage laughed. With this crown, I won't be afraid of your soul attack. Little brother, today's competition is over. A red whip appeared in her hand, and she swung it forward. Pa! Under the whip, it was like a red lightning bolt. It directly struck the void, creating a bottomless ravine. Not good. That person is in danger. Countless people screamed. Chapter 4108. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Did he find a saint weapon for soul defense? Sure enough, the other party went to find a way to defeat him yesterday. But so what? Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He didn't use any soul attack. Instead, he raised his finger and pointed forward. Boom! A sword chi flew out from his fingertip. It instantly cut the whip in half. Not only that, the red-robed woman was sent flying while vomiting blood. She was seriously injured by a single sword. The surrounding people were stunned. It wasn't a soul attack. Even the blue-skinned old man was stunned. What happened? Isn't the other party a soul expert? Then his other divine abilities should be very weak. How did he win in one move? How is this possible? The red-robed woman fell to the ground with blood at the corner of her mouth. Her face was extremely pale. She couldn't even stand up because of this sword. She was very scared now. Fortunately, the other party didn't kill her. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. Damn it, I was careless. The blue-skinned old man frowned. It must be because of my carelessness that the other party won. He said, you guys should be careful. This kid doesn't only know soul attacks. Don't worry, Elder, we know. Another person walked out. Can his sword, chi, be stronger than my meteor hammer? It was a gorilla. He held a pair of black hammers and walked forward. Every step he took shook the heaven and earth. His cultivation had reached the middle stage of minor saint. He waved his hammers as soon as he came forward. The hammers were like two stars as they smashed down. At the same time, he had a crown on his head. Obviously, these people were invited by Immemorial City. Hence, they could continue to use soul defense weapons. But it was useless. Lin Xian didn't plan to use soul attacks anymore. He was going to use his sword skills next. He waved his arm and a sword chi pressed down like a mountain. The two meteor hammers were sent flying. A sword mark appeared on the gorilla's body, almost cutting him in half. I admit defeat. The gorilla was very decisive and admitted defeat instantly. The surrounding people were stunned. Another one lost. The blue-skinned old man's face turned ugly. How could the other party's sword be so strong? However, this was just the beginning. The third, the fourth, and the fifth one. In the following battles, Lin Xian would split the other party in half. Soon those people lost. Huyuan and the others were terrified once again. Their displeasure disappeared once again. What kind of joke was this? Not only was this person's soul powerful, his sword was also incomparably terrifying. Could it be that he was also a terrifying sword saint? It was the 69th person. The last time, Koei-emo had failed at the 69th attempt. He wondered if the other party would be able to pass this time. I think we should be able to pass. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Brat, you definitely won't be able to pass. A figure let out a long howl and arrived at the arena. What? It's him. The surrounding people screamed because they had discovered that the 69 snipers were actually Koei-emo. He was actually invited by the people of Immemorial City. Indeed, Kuemo had also accepted the invitation. Firstly, the price offered by the other party was too generous, which made him tempted. He didn't want to be outdone by his opponent. Yesterday, he was defeated in the 69th match, so today his opponent had to stop at the 69th match. You finally can't take it anymore? Lin Xian looked at the other party. I thought you would make a move earlier. You think too highly of yourself. You think you can end me? What a joke. Lin Xian shook his head. You're not my opponent at all. Brat, don't be too arrogant. I'll let you know my true strength. Kuemo had already received the crown. He wore it on his head to defend his soul. As for his opponent's sword, he was confident that he could block it. Buzz, his body was like a whirlwind, instantly arriving in front of his opponent. The law of wind on his body was extremely terrifying. As he chopped down with his palm, it was the two wind blades could tear everything apart. Even a late-stage small saint wouldn't be able to block this attack. Everyone screamed. As expected of Kuemo, his strength was indeed strong. Indeed, Kuemo's performance had far surpassed the previous dozens of people. This battle might really be able to turn the situation around. However, as soon as his voice fell, they were stunned. Lin Xian's hand shook and a sword chi appeared, blocking the wind blade. Then, a terrifying flame erupted from the sword. The sword slashed across the sky and endless flames surged. It was as if a fire phoenix was pressing down. With a bang, the law of wind was ignited. Kuemo's pupils shrank. He didn't dare to fight back. He dodged quickly. In the end, he dodged this attack. However, his hair was already charred black, and his body was also burned. Damn it! He was so angry that his body was trembling. With just one move, he was in such a sorry state. He couldn't stand it. Damn it! Storm of the 9 heavens! He waved his hands, and the law of wind filled the air, forming 2 huge dragons that roared between heaven and earth. This was a fatal blow. Buzz, Lin Xian was incomparably calm. After he cultivated the 10,000 swords returned to origin, his strength was extremely powerful. Therefore, his sword was very empty and directly sent his opponent flying. Kuemo vomited blood and flew backwards. Half of his body was badly mutilated. Impossible. Damn it. I don't believe it. He screamed crazily. How could he be defeated so easily? He only lasted 2 moves and couldn't block it anymore. Damn it. The surrounding people were also stunned. The person in front of them was absolutely terrifying. Very quickly, Lin Xian won 70 matches in a row. There were only 2 more rounds left in the last 79 rounds, and he was about to break the record. Countless people were excited. They wanted to know how Immemorial City would deal with it. The Immemorial City, Lord's expression was extremely ugly. The aura from his body spread out, causing the surrounding atmosphere to be extremely tense. That blue-skinned old man was also facing a great enemy. To be honest, he had messed up this time. He didn't know how the city, Lord, would punish him. He had to make good use of the last 2 slots. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, please make your move." He said to a palace in the distance. "Why? Is it my turn now? Those people in front are really useless. They couldn't even block a human." He had already won 79 consecutive rounds, but that was the end of his good luck. An arrogant voice resounded between heaven and earth. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. Good luck? What a joke! Now they had admitted Lin Xian's strength. This wasn't something that could be explained by good luck. The opponent was really strong. Who would dare to say such words? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He could feel that the aura was that of a late small saint. It seemed like it should be an expert. A green figure walked out. He had a tail and green scales on his body. The moment he appeared, the surrounding people's blood froze. Damn it! What is this feeling? The faces of the people in Immemorial City changed. This was the suppression of bloodline. It was obvious that this person's bloodline was very high. What? It's him? The surrounding people raised their heads. When they saw the figure, they were all stunned. Even Hui Yuan and the others, including Kuei Mo, were shocked. Chapter 4109. Bai Qianqian's face turned pale when she saw this person. She even took a few steps back, because this person was her nightmare. The young master of the Green Dragon tribe was extremely powerful. He was the son of a sacred sovereign. The Green Dragon small saint was here too. Countless screams could be heard. Everyone was stunned. It had been 300 years since someone managed to achieve an 81 win streak. However, the Green Dragon small saint did it 300 years ago. No one had managed to do it after him. Who would have thought that the person who succeeded that year would be here today? The Green Dragon small saint was very powerful. He managed to achieve an 81 win streak 300 years ago. How terrifying would he be after 300 years? Perhaps not many people below the sacred sovereign realm could be his opponent now. The Green Dragon tribe? Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had killed many people from the Green Dragon tribe before. He did not expect to meet one again. He turned his head and looked at Bai Qianqian. He saw that she was really frightened. She even lowered her head. Forget it. I'll be a good person until the end. I'll kill this Green Dragon, small saint. Kid, your luck has come to an end. The Green Dragon, small saint strode towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Get down here. Who allowed you to stand on my head? All geniuses had their pride. How could Lin Xian not be angry when the other party was so arrogant? You dare to scold me? Very well. You've angered me. I'll torture you to death later. The Green Dragon small saint's eyes were filled with ferocity. He swung his tail. It was like a black heavenly blade that slashed down. The void below was shattered rapidly. It was too fast. It arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian did not dodge. Instead, he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. It can't be. He did not use any illusion technique or sword chi. Is he going to use his physique? Is this guy's physique very strong? How is that possible? The physique of a group of soul experts would not be strong. They might even be weak. Unless he was wearing some powerful armor. Asterisk boom. Asterisk in a blink of an eye. Lin Xian grabbed the green tail. Sparks flew in all directions. Lin Xian swung his tail forcefully. Get down here. He wanted to pull the Green Dragon, small saint down. The Green Dragon, small saint's body trembled and he almost fell from the sky. However, he was an expert after all. Late minor saint. Late minor saint, small saint. His name. With a furious roar, the phantom of a huge azure flood dragon appeared on its body. He charged into the sky. Lin Xian had a divine body. When he attacked with his full strength, he was truly powerful. Asterisk puff, asterisk, one of them went up while the other went down. The opposing forces caused the tail to break in an instant. Blood splattered and scales fell to the ground. That tail, just pull it out. Green flood dragon, little saint screamed crazily. His eyes turned red instantly. This pain made him feel great humiliation. Unforgivable was, I will not forgive you. The Green Dragon, small saint, swooped down from the sky. He let out a roar and his body suddenly enlarged. He had actually transformed into his true form. It seemed like he was really angry. He wanted to use his fastest speed to get rid of his opponent. The broken tail grew out once again. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. The surrounding void was constantly shattering. At the same time, a dragon's roar resounded from his body. At this moment, the surrounding supreme ancient race were stunned. They almost knelt on the ground. The Green Dragon small saint, who was in the heavenly palace, was the same. His scalp went numb. His body was trembling. Isn't the Green Dragon small saint from the Flood Dragon race? Is he going to transform into a dragon? Then how strong was he? The surrounding people were frightened. They thought that the dragon's roar came from the green dragon, small saint. However, the green dragon small saint's face was incomparably ugly. He could clearly sense that the dragon's roar came from his opponent. Damn it. What's the relationship between this guy and the dragon race? Just as he was in a daze, Lin Xian's sword slashed over. Instantly, a sword wound appeared on his body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. His huge body rolled in the air. It shattered the endless void. Boom! 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 His body shrunk once again. Because he was too big of a target, he couldn't dodge the sword chi. Initially, he wanted to use his original body to block the sword chi. But now it seemed like he couldn't block it. He might as well shrink and be more agile. Both of them engaged in close combat. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. After another earth-shattering collision, the two of them separated. Lin Xian's sword chi was torrential. On the other side, the green dragon small saint was covered in blood. There were more than 60 wounds on his body. Some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. It could be said that he was extremely miserable. The surrounding people were going crazy. Was the green dragon, small saint, going to lose? Bai Qianqian raised her head and widened her eyes. She knew that Lin Xian was strong, but she didn't think that he could defeat the green dragon small saint. But now, it seemed like Lin Xian was stronger than the green dragon small saint. This gave her hope. On the other side, the blue-skinned old man's face turned ugly. Damn it. Even the green dragon, small saint, couldn't defeat him. Then there was no hope for their side. One should know that they wanted the green dragon small saint to be the last one to fight. But the opponent was too strong. Therefore, they wanted to finish him off in the 80th round. If the green dragon small saint was defeated, the last one wouldn't be able to stop him. After 300 years, someone was going to break the record of consecutive victories again. The immemorial city, Lord's face turned gloomy. His eyes were filled with endless stars. No one knew what he was thinking. Kid, you're the first one to injure me to this extent in the past 300 years. But now that you've angered me, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The green dragon small saint soared into the sky once again. His aura continued to spread. All sorts of laws and bloodline were intertwined. An even more terrifying energy was emitted. Could it be that he still has a trump card? Countless people became nervous once again. As his voice faded away, the green dragon's small saint's palms started to form seals. At the next moment, he slapped down with both of his palms. The green dragon transformation was a world-destroying strike. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the Jiao dragon mirage rushed down and turned into a giant dragon in the sky. It was the real dragon mirage. It was extremely terrifying. This was a fatal blow. There was still a difference between a Jiao dragon and a real dragon. Now, the green dragon small saint was going to break through this obstacle. If so, his future would be limitless. Great. The blue-skinned old man heaved a sigh of relief. No one below the Saint Realm could withstand this attack. The immemorial city, Lord's lips curled up into a smile. Lin Xian also took a deep breath when he sensed the terrifying aura. It was indeed a threat to him. He had to admit that the opponent was able to obtain consecutive victories 300 years ago. It was worth it for him to go all out. His nerves became incomparably cold. At the next moment, he activated the myriad returning sword. Streaks of sword chi encircled him one after another. He was like a peerless sword god. He raised both of his hands up high. Kill! Thousands of sword chi soared into the sky. It was as if they wanted to tear the world apart. Chapter 4110. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering sound was heard as the dazzling light engulfed everything. Everyone was excited as they did not know what the final result would be. It must be the green dragon, small saint. Was there a need to think about it? Not necessarily. I feel that the sword technique of that person is extremely terrifying. The immemorial city, Lord frowned. Could this sword chi be from the myriad sword pavilion? His heart sank. Suddenly, the sword chi became even stronger. The sword split the 9 heavens. The dragon phantom disappeared and a figure was sent flying. That person's body was split into 2. Along with it, there were also miserable cries. The green dragon small saint was defeated. He fell to the ground and screamed. The surrounding people were terrified. The person who lost was actually the green dragon small saint, and he was severely injured. It was unbelievable. What kind of sword technique was this? Bai Qian opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Huiyuan and the others were terrified. They swore that they would not dare to have any thoughts of revenge. On the other side, Kuei Mo's scalp went numb when he saw this scene. He was not convinced before, but now he was completely convinced. The blue-skinned old man's face turned gloomy. His eyes were filled with killing intent. However, the immemorial city lord stood up and said in a deep voice, "Stop now!" Stop? The blue-skinned old man was completely stunned. He was very clear about the city lord's character. Logically speaking, the city lord should send someone even more terrifying. He might even send the blue-skinned old man to interrupt the battle. However, he did not expect the city lord to stop. What was it that made the immemorial city lord so fearful? The city lord seemed to have seen through the blue-skinned old man's thoughts. The immemorial city lord said that the myriad sword sect that he used was the ultimate technique of the myriad sword pavilion. Was he from the myriad sword pavilion? No wonder he was so powerful. The blue-skinned old man took a deep breath. At the same time, he knew why the immemorial city lord stopped. The myriad sword pavilion was a terrifying saint city. Once these sword saints were exposed, they would come in groups. No one was willing to provoke this group of sword Dao madmen. They might as well do the myriad sword pavilion a favor. On the stage, Lin Xian retracted his sword chi. He said faintly, "You're not my opponent." Now it's already the 80th round. There's only 1 round left. Come, I'm going to break this record. The crowd went crazy. Who would be the last person to go up? He should be even stronger than the green flood dragon little saint. Everyone guessed. However, at this moment, a figure walked out. He wore a crown and a dragon robe, and his aura was incomparable. Sensing this aura, everyone raised their heads and screamed. Archaic City Lord. They had never thought that the City Lord would actually come personally. There were also some people who knew that the primeval City Lord had always been there, but he had hidden his identity. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He wondered what kind of experts the primordial City Lord would send to deal with him. The primordial City Lord glanced downwards, the stars in his eyes flickering. He said that he didn't expect such a sword Dao genius to appear 300 years later. There's no need for you to participate in the 81st battle. Currently, none of us are stronger than the green flood dragon little saint. Therefore, you won the 81st round without a fight. They won without a fight. The surrounding people screamed. This was completely different from what they had imagined. The other party had really broken the record of the past 300 years. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. He cupped his fists and thanked the city lord. All right, men, send the green flood dragon little saint away for treatment. Soon, the guards in the city escorted the green flood dragon little saint away. At this moment, the green flood dragon little saint's shattered body had already recovered. However, his expression was extremely ugly. He didn't walk too far away. Instead, he stood at the side with a gloomy expression. Suddenly, he saw a figure. It was Bai Qian. Why was she here? Moreover, she seemed to know the swordsman in front of him. Could it be that she was the one who killed his men? Thinking of this, the green flood dragon little saint's eyes instantly turned red. He crushed the jade pendant on his waist. All right, young man, You've completed your 81 match winning streak. Now, tell me what you wish for. My wish is very simple. I wish to borrow the super teleportation array of Primordial City and perform a teleportation. Teleportation? He didn't want any heavenly treasures or beauties. The surrounding people were in an uproar. The Primordial City Lord was also stunned. The place you teleported to should be very far away. Where do you want to go? Lin Xian didn't hide anything. He said, Double Rain Planet. I want to go there immediately. I hope Senior City, Lord, can fulfill my wish. The news of Double Rain Planet had already spread. Countless people wanted to go there. Therefore, when he said this now, it wouldn't attract the attention of others. Sure enough, after the surrounding people heard this, they also understood. It turned out that he wanted to go to Double Rain Planet. I heard that Double Rain Planet has been incredible recently. An incredible weapon has appeared there. Yes, he should want to try his luck. I guess he should be meeting up with his sect. Sounds of discussion could be heard. The Primordial City Lord also said, All right, I can open the teleportation array for you now. Men, prepare the teleportation array. The blue-skinned old man led his men to prepare. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Qian ran up to him. Brother Wu Jian, you are really awesome. Qian, I am going to Double Rain Planet. Let's part here. Lin Xian smiled. Bai Qian's eyes turned red. She was a little reluctant. Brother Wu Jian, are you really going to leave? Why don't you take me with you? Lin Xian said, No, that place is a battlefield now. It is very dangerous. I might not be able to protect myself if I go there, let alone take you with me. Hearing this, Bai Qian's face darkened. At this time, countless large cracks were torn open in the sky. Arrays flickered. Then many figures walked out. Their auras were incomparably terrifying. What a terrifying aura! What a terrifying cultivation base! Song Tinya, they are the people of the Green Dragon clan. Could it be that they are here for revenge? These people were terrified. Even the Primordial City Lord frowned. Are they here? The Green Dragon, small saint's mouth, raised into a smile. He walked out and stared at Bai Qian in front of him. You little bitch, you actually dared to run away and kill the guards of my Green Dragon clan. Let's see where you can run to today. What, Bai Qian? Could it be that person from Baihe's team? Isn't she married to the Green Dragon's small saint? Why is she so close to that swordsman? Haven't you heard? The wedding procession had been wiped out on the way. Those small saints were all dead. Not a single one survived. It was said that they were killed by a biting cold sword chi. Wait, could it be related to that swordsman? They found out something shocking. The Green Dragon, small, saint stared at Lin Xian. You are the one who did it before, right? Very good. Damn. You dare to kill the people of my Green Dragon clan. Wash your neck clean and wait for me to torture you to death. Not good. Brother Wu Jian, leave quickly. Bai Qian's face was pale. She was very anxious. Lin Xian also frowned. It seems like there is going to be another big battle. However, if he wanted to fight, then so be it. In his life, would he be afraid of fighting? Chapter 4111. The sudden appearance of the Green Flood Dragon clan had caught everyone off guard. They knew that Lin Xian was dead meat. Following the order of the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint, the experts of the Green Flood Dragon clan rushed over. In an instant, the divine abilities of these people changed the entire heaven and earth, causing the surrounding people to tremble in fear. Lin Xian stood in the arena. He looked at the countless, terrifying divine power laws with an extremely cold expression. His palms were constantly forming seals. The myriad ancestral swords had been unleashed to the extreme. One after another, sword chi swept across all directions, sweeping across everything. Suddenly, an intense collision sound could be heard. The heaven and earth were shattered. Everything could no longer be seen. A terrifying storm swept across all directions. Not good. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated, frantically. If they were hit by this kind of energy, even a late minor saint wouldn't be able to survive. There was no one left in the surroundings. Humph! How dare you fight against us? You're really courting death. The experts of the Green Flood Dragon clan harumphed coldly. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was only one person. With so many of them attacking together, how could they not kill him? This was what everyone was thinking. The corner of the Green Flood Dragon, Little Saint's mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, in the next moment, his body turned cold. He almost died because a hand was grabbing his neck. A figure appeared behind him. One hand was grabbing his neck, while the other hand was emitting sword chi, pressing against his head. As long as he was slightly moved, his astral soul would be destroyed. Arg! The Green Flood Dragon, Little Saint, roared furiously. The energy in his body surged, and a flood dragon phantom rushed out. However, at this moment, the 5 elemental law and the yin-yang picture rushed out and shrouded him, sealing him completely. The one who made the move was Lin Xian. The sword chi he used to attack was just an illusion. His real killing move was the void elemental law. Taking advantage of the chaotic heaven and earth energy, he activated the void escape art and appeared behind the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint in an instant. He knew that the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint had called many experts over. It would be troublesome for him to continue fighting. He didn't want to waste time. If he could threaten the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint, he would be able to hold the entire Green Flood Dragon clan hostage. Would the Green Flood Dragon Little Saint bite him? The shriek of Green Jiao, small saint, attracted the attention of everyone. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Oh my God, what's going on? The Green Dragon Little Saint was being held hostage? How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Discussions broke out one after another. The pupils of the Green Dragon Little Saint in the sky shrunk. Damn it, it's that kid. He was not dead. They discovered that not only was Lin Xian not dead, but he had also kidnapped their young master. Brat, hurry up and let go of our young master. That's right, let go of our young master and kneel on the ground obediently. We'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, if we catch you, even death won't be easy. These people rushed down and firmly surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly laughed. If you guys dare to make a move, I will destroy your astral soul. Damn it, how dare you? One of the old men shouted angrily. At the same time, he secretly gave a look to the other 2 old men. The 2 old men quietly formed seals. The ground shattered. 2 Jiao dragon phantoms rushed out from the ground and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly shouted. The 9-yang divine body shone brightly. The myriad sword convergence swept across everything and shattered the 2 Jiao dragon phantoms. At the same time, it suppressed a part of the world. He laughed coldly and said, "Do you think my words are just passing wind?" Saying this, he waved the sword in his hand. Pucci, one of the Green Dragon Little Saint's arms, was chopped off. The Green Dragon Little Saint let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood splattered everywhere. This was not the end. His second arm and both legs were chopped off as well. All 4 of his limbs were broken. The crazy and miserable scream made one scalp go numb. Damn it, how dare you? No, stop it. The people of the Green Dragon clan screamed crazily. They were scared out of their wits. They did not expect that their sneak attack would not succeed. Instead, it angered the other party. They said, "Stop it, we won't touch you. Hurry up, don't hurt our young master anymore." They were really scared. As these people spoke, they quickly retreated. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "Very good. Don't worry, as long as you don't make a move, I won't kill him." Saying this, he looked at the primordial city, Lord again. "Senior, our agreement still counts, right?" The primordial city, Lord nodded. "I don't care about the grudge between you and the Green Dragon clan. Your condition is to use the teleportation array. I agree to this. Very good. Lin Xian looked into the distance again. The blue-skinned old man flew over. He said that he was ready. Lead the way. They flew in the direction of the super teleportation array. Of course, during this process, he brought Bai Qianqian with him because he was afraid that the other party would kidnap Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian's face was pale as she followed closely. Very soon, they arrived at the teleportation array. Lin Xian said, "Let's go." The three of them walked up. "Senior, open the array." Lin Xian said. The saints of the Green Dragon clan shouted angrily, "You've already boarded the array. Why aren't you letting go of our young master? Brat, do you want to die?" These people roared. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Don't worry. I'll let him go when it's time to teleport." The array beneath his feet was activated. The light became brighter and brighter. A huge spatial gate quickly appeared in the sky. This kind of long-distance teleportation would take a period of time to complete. Seeing that the array was about to be completely activated and completed, however, at this moment the void shattered. A terrifying palm stretched out. As soon as this aura appeared, the surrounding people all vomited blood and were sent flying. The people of the Green Dragon clan were ecstatic. The elder was here. This was not an ordinary saint, but a saint sovereign. Although he had not arrived in Immemorial City yet, he was still a saint. Although the Sacred Venerate hadn't arrived in Primordial City yet, he had already launched a shocking attack across the endless void. It was too easy for a Sacred Venerate to save or kill anyone. Was the Sacred Venerate here? Everyone thought that Lin Xian could escape. However, the appearance of the Green Dragon clan's Sacred Venerate made things complicated again. Perhaps that brat would be killed. Bai Qianqian's heart was in her throat. Was she going to die? However, when she thought of dying by Lin Xian's side, she was satisfied. Boom! The sound of an earthquake rang out. The palm had completely landed. However, soon there was a clang. The palm seemed to have been blocked by something. Everyone saw a pagoda appear. However, it disappeared in an instant, because the pagoda had been teleported away. At the last moment, a voice floated over. Since the Green Dragon clan didn't keep their word, don't blame me for being ruthless. Buzz. The spatial power disappeared. Everything was gone. Did he leave? That brat could actually survive against a Sacred Venerate? The surrounding people seemed to have gone crazy. In the next moment, an old figure appeared. It was a Sacred Venerate from the Green Dragon clan. The moment he appeared, he quickly attacked the void. However, it was useless. It was too late. He roared in anger. Who knew that brat? The surrounding people were so frightened that they frantically retreated. Only Huiyuan and the other two were left. The three of you know him? Huiyuan, Chuan Shui, and Dongling knelt on the ground. We don't know him. Nonsense. We clearly saw you together. There were people around who could testify. The Green Dragon clan's Sacred Venerate captured the three of them and searched their souls. The three of them struggled, wanting to resist. However, they were as insignificant as ants in front of a Sacred Venerate. They couldn't resist at all. Soon, the three of them's mouths twitched. They foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness. The Green Dragon clan's Sacred Venerate's face was cold. He waved his hand and the three of them exploded. Trash. Originally, he wanted to search their souls to find some useful information. However, the three of them didn't know who the other party was. Chapter 41:12. In the endless darkness of the universe, a ray of light flashed. Immediately after, a pagoda appeared and floated between heaven and earth. Soon, the pagoda stabilized and three figures walked out from it. It was Lin Xian and the other two. Bai Qianqian's face was pale. She looked around blankly. Was she saved? That was the attack of a sacred master. Impossible. At this moment, the Green Dragon's small saint screamed. How could they block the attack of a sacred master? It was too inconceivable. Lin Xian snorted. Nothing is impossible. Since you Green Dragon tribe went back on your words, Don't blame me for being impolite. Speaking until here, Lin Xian directly activated the heavenly secret prodigy and pulled him into the spring and autumn lock. Let him experience 10,000 years of torture and then die. 10,000 years inside was only a second outside. Soon, the green dragon's small saint's neck tilted and his aura disappeared. His soul was completely obliterated. Is he dead? Bai Qian was stunned. The nightmare in her heart had finally vanished. Brother Wu Jian, thank you. Bai Qian was very grateful. Lin Xian said, forget it. What do you plan to do next? Go back or? I want to follow Brother Wu Jian. Before Lin Xian could finish, Bai Qian quickly said her thoughts. Lin Xian sighed. Well, it seemed like this was the only way now. After confirming the direction, he flew towards Double Rain Planet. With his current distance, he could reach Double Rain Planet in 3 days. At this moment, Double Rain Planet was in chaos. The sky was shattered and laws were spreading from time to time. The earth was cracked and the people here were in a killing frenzy. Moreover, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people fighting. There were many forces and sects fighting. There were thousands of people fighting in each battle. When they attacked together, it was truly a battle that shook the heavens and earth. Double Rain Planet, which used to be countless cities, was now in ruins. Broken walls and blood were everywhere. Their target was naturally the Sacred King's weapon. However, until now, they still hadn't found where the weapon was. When Lin Xian arrived and saw the flames of war all around him, his face turned completely cold. Silently sensing, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. That was because he sensed an extremely terrifying demonic aura, as if it was going to tear the world apart. It was no wonder that these people would attack in such a frenzy. This demonic aura was much stronger than what he had seen before. Was this the weapon of the Saint King? It felt very similar to the Great Spear of Destruction. It seemed that it really was the Great Spear of Destruction. Something had changed. He turned into a streak of light. He rushed forward quickly. He had to figure out what had happened. However, when he arrived at the center of the world, he found that there were actually quite a few people around. It seemed that these people had found the general direction. However, he didn't have the heart of the realm, so he couldn't accurately aim at the location. However, this area was completely sealed off by the enemy, so Lin Xian's arrival directly alarmed those people. Who are you? The saint at the front raised his eyebrows and asked coldly. It was as if they would attack at the slightest disagreement. Bai Qian had already been placed in the black earth by Lin Xian, so he was alone and wearing a mask. Seeing these people from the sacred city eyeing him covetously, he snorted coldly and released the aura on his body. Waves of terrifying sword intent intertwined between heaven and earth. How terrifying! This was a sword saint. These people were surprised. Are you from the 10,000 Sword Sect? Probably only the 10,000 Sword Sect had such a terrifying sword aura. However, there were also people from the Hopeful Sword Pavilion among them. A few sword saints walked out and asked, Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? What's going on? Could it be that this kid isn't from the 10,000 Sword Sect? The surrounding people were puzzled. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You dare to question me? He had a hint of arrogance and unruliness. Then he activated the 10,000 Sword Sect, and the aura on his body became incomparable, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. This was the 10,000 Sword Sect, the ultimate technique of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Someone screamed. Those from the 10,000 Sword Sect also narrowed their eyes. Who was this person? If the other party knew the 10,000 Sword Sect, it meant that he was definitely from the 10,000 Sword Sect. However, they had never seen or heard of a masked sword saint. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Your status is too low. How could you know who I am? Don't you know the background of the 10,000 Sword Sect? The elders of the 10,000 Swords Sect all have secret disciples. I think you should know this. After the sword saints of the 10,000 Swords sect heard this, their expressions changed. Indeed, other than these genius powerhouses on the surface, those terrifying experts had also secretly trained some disciples. They usually hid their strength and only showed it at critical moments. This was an extremely terrifying force. Could it be that the person in front of them was one of the secretly trained experts? Thinking of this possibility, they all nodded. The other party was unfamiliar and knew the 10,000 Sword sect. This was the only explanation. Of course, there was a middle-aged man who was still worried. He wanted to investigate, so he took out an array and wanted to ask the holy city. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Soon he stood there calmly. If it was somewhere else, he might really be exposed. But this was the Double Rain planet. He was the master of this world. Although his current master was still very weak, it was really too easy for him to carry out some interference. Immediately, he controlled the power of the entire world to interfere. Sure enough, the middle-aged sword saint's expression became a little serious. The array couldn't transmit messages. What was going on? The other people's expressions also changed. They checked and found that in this world, their souls seemed to be suppressed. Moreover, the receiving and sending of messages was not as smooth as before. It must be because we fought. Don't you see how damaged this world has been? Someone snorted coldly. The others also nodded. Indeed, after continuous battles, this world was already full of wounds. Why? Are you still suspicious of me? Lin Xian walked over, bringing with him a biting cold aura. They didn't dare. The sword saints of the 10,000 Swords sect shook their heads. They could now feel the other party's aura. It was very sharp and had surpassed them. Moreover, the other party's voice sounded very young. He might be a top expert, secretly trained. They didn't dare to offend him. So he asked, "How should I address you, senior brother?" Wu Jian. Lin Xian said this title again. Anyway, these people didn't know him. Moreover, he seemed to have fooled them. Thus, he immediately revealed this title to her. "So, it's Senior Brother Wu Jian. This way, please." The sword saints of the 10,000 Swords sect were very enthusiastic. They respectfully invited Lin Xian to the side. Chapter 41:13. How is it? Lin Xian asked. "Senior brother, we've already locked onto the general direction. Next, we'll investigate them one by one. However, it's not just our Myriad Swords Pavilion. Many other major powers have come. Moreover, there are some terrifying experts. It's said that the sage will appear in the end. That's the most troublesome thing." After listening, Lin Xian had a rough understanding of the situation. Fortunately, the little 8 trigrams and Great Destruction Spear hadn't been discovered yet. It seemed like he wasn't too late. However, it seemed that the sage would come soon. Therefore, Lin Xian knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He said, "We'll rest today and recover our strength to the peak. Tomorrow we'll take action. We'll kill these people first." The Myriad Swords Pavilion's sword saints were very excited. With such a hidden expert helping them, they could definitely sweep away everything. Night fell. All the major powers set up camp and began to rest. The Myriad Swords Pavilion's side was exceptionally quiet. They were all madly cultivating to recover their strength. When the night passed and the sky brightened, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Without another word, he transformed into a beam of sword light and charged forward. He was rushing toward the Devil Palace's people. The Devil Palace's strength in the Dual Rain planet was also very powerful. After all, they were the ones who conquered this world. However, they hadn't found the world core. Therefore, they were unwilling to give up. They had a lot of people in the Dual Rain planet. At this moment, Lin Xian wanted to get rid of this scourge first. As he moved, the Myriad Swords Pavilion's sword saints beside him also attacked crazily. They were like streams of light, moving freely between heaven and earth. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, The heads of those devil palaces, saints, were split open. Their bodies were chopped into pieces. All kinds of miserable shrieks didn't even have time to sound out before their corpses fell down. In the blink of an eye, dozens of devil palaces, saints were killed. This scene immediately alarmed the devil palace's people. Who dares to sneak attack us? A devil palace's minor saint roared crazily. He opened his hands, and a devil phantom soared into the sky. Buzz! Endless devil law condensed, forming a black palm that descended from the sky. Heaven and earth shattered as it ruthlessly smashed toward those sword saints. The sword saints spewed out endless laws of the sword, forming one sword chi after another. When the two collided, the sound was earth-shattering. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The people from the other major sects also opened their eyes. Someone made a move. Retreat quickly. They frantically retreated. Were the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion going to attack the Demon Palace? Should we make a move? Don't be in a hurry. Let's just watch and reap the spoils later. Those people came to the distant Sonfin with cold smiles on their faces. They didn't make a move. The Fiend Palace lost more than 30 saints in an instant. This made their hearts bleed. The 3 late minor saint experts who led the group gnashed their teeth in anger. Kill! Roaring, the 3 of them charged out. One of the middle-aged men condensed a demonic phantom that blotted out the sky. The other old man transformed into the body of an evil demon. His body became incomparably tall, like a towering mountain. His black pupils carried an extremely terrifying gloomy aura. When he stomped down, it was as if 100,000 mountains were descending. The last person was a woman who used the devil's whip. 3 advanced stage experts, in addition to the other sages, attacked together. Their momentum was truly terrifying. Their numbers were greater than theirs. The sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had ugly expressions. At this moment, Lin Xian let out a long roar. I'll block 2 of them. You guys deal with the rest. After saying that, he charged towards the middle-aged man and the old man. It can't be, right? He wants to fight 2 at once? The sages on the distant mountain sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the scene. This guy is too arrogant. What is his cultivation base? Everyone looked over and was stunned. How is it possible for a minor saint expert to be an intermediate minor saint? An intermediate minor saint expert dares to challenge 2 late minor saint experts? What kind of joke is this? Even if you're a secret genius, it's impossible for you to be so terrifying. To be honest, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were also shocked and worried. Buzz. Lin Xian waved his arm. The law of sword spread out. Terrifying sword chi soared into the sky one after another. He blocked the divine ability of the 2. Why are you guys still in a daze? Hurry up and make a move. Lin Xian roared. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion regained their senses and sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my God, he really did it. This is too unbelievable. Hurry up and attack. These people were incomparably excited. Without the 2 late minor saints, their pressure was greatly reduced. Next, these sword saints began to show their might. The faces of the 2 late minor saints turned extremely ugly. A puny intermediate saint dared to fight against them. He must be courting death. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with coldness. The old devil was like a devil god. Boom. He waved his black fist, blowing it down from the sky. Endless law runes spread out, causing the chi and blood of the people in the distance to boil. They were affected, even though they were so far away. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if they were hit head-on. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with incomparable coldness. He was pretending to be a member of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, so he couldn't use some divine ability. Fortunately, his 10,000 swords returned to origin had reached a certain level. The law of sword was terrifyingly powerful, and he was a terrifying swordsman himself. Therefore, Just using the sword, Tao divine ability, was enough to fight against everything. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk the sword slashed out, colliding with the opponent's fist. Divine light spread out, as if the sun had exploded. Everyone's eyes were bleeding from the light. They quickly closed their eyes. They screamed crazily. The people of the Devil Palace around them were also affected by the impact. They kept retreating while coughing out blood. The old man retracted his arm. His face became incomparably solemn. Although the opponent's cultivation base was lower than his, the chi of the sword actually made his hair stand on end. "Let me help you." Just at this moment, the middle-aged man made his move. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his chi and blood were boiling. There was a huge black phantom behind him, as if a devil had descended. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk the devil opened his mouth, took out a devil spear, and thrust it down from the sky. In an instant, the void shattered. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The scene was abnormally terrifying. The faces of the people of the 10,000 swords pavilion changed. They quickly dodged. Wasn't this demonic phantom too terrifying? How dare a mere devil from the heterodox Tao be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian laughed loudly. He held sword energy in his hand and slashed in all directions. Each of his sword strikes contained the power of the law of sword, and the 10,000 swords returned to origin. It also contained the power of the great dragon's sword soul. It could destroy everything, and it was invincible. Therefore, the attacks of the devil phantom were no threat at all. Sure enough, the black spear was split apart by the 3 strikes. The middle-aged man's face changed. Damn it, who the hell is this person? How could he be so terrifying? Chapter 41:14. Could it be that a senior expert of the Myriad Swords Pavilion had come? The others were also alarmed. If it was Myriad Swords, they wouldn't think much of it. But a person they had never seen before was actually so powerful. Are you two only capable of this much? If that's the case, I'll send you to hell. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and an ice-cold voice was transmitted. Damn it, you actually dared to look down on us. When the 2 experts of the Demon Palace heard those words, their complexions changed. Soon after, they took a deep breath, and gloomy light blossomed in their eyes. I don't know where you came from, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. That middle-aged man tore off his left arm, and then respectfully handed it to the demonic phantom behind him. The demonic phantom lowered its head, opened its mouth, and swallowed the severed arm, and started eating it. Blood flowed down from the corner of its mouth. It looked extremely sinister and strange. On the other side, the old man also bit his finger and drew 49 blood-colored runes on his mountain-like body. Those 49 blood-colored runes fused with his huge body. Immediately, boundless blood-colored radiance blossomed and formed mysterious, veined patterns one after another. Their auras increased at an astonishing speed. Sensing this scene, Lin Xian slightly furrowed his brows. He revolved his power, and the myriad swords returned to origin became even more terrifying. At this moment, his body seemed to have turned into tens of thousands of sword energies. They could tear apart everything. Boy, no matter where you come from, you recklessly challenged the 2 of us at the same time. Today you will surely die. The old man of the Demon Palace said coldly. The middle-aged man on the other side also had killing intent in his eyes. Even a dragon would have to coil around him. Kill! The 2 of them roared and quickly attacked. Terrifying demonic laws quickly spread out and rushed toward Lin Xian. They were like a tide, and nothing could stop them. Not good. The complexions of the Myriad Swords Pavilion's people changed once again. Today, your Myriad Swords Pavilion will surely die. The people in the distance were also surprised, and they shook their heads. The Demon Palace had many people, and they had the advantage here. If other people wanted to contend against them, they would have to join hands. Otherwise, they would have to wait for even more powerful holy venerables to come. Otherwise, with your current state, you wouldn't be able to defeat the demon palace. That guy was called Wu Jian, right? He was too arrogant. Did he think that he could look down on everything just because he had cultivated with the Lord for a while? This was his first battle, and perhaps the only battle in his life. In the eyes of these people, Lin Xian was dead meat. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He circulated all kinds of power to the extreme, and the sword qi became even more resplendent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With him as the center, terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions. Anything that got close to him was annihilated. So powerful, he actually blocked it. Countless people cried out. Countless sword shadows appeared on Lin Xian's body. He stepped on the divine sword and flew quickly. It looked very slow, but his speed was extremely fast, and every time he flew, he dodged the most fatal attacks. Then he charged towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Kill! The demon phantom behind him sent out demon chains that rattled between heaven and earth. The chains coiled around Lin Xian. At the same time, his other hand struck out with the demon scythe. A crescent moon-shaped black law descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything was destroyed. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He used the 10,000 swords returned to origin to the extreme, forming a sword world that enveloped the middle-aged man. Everyone could only see endless light. Soon the world disappeared. The demon phantom turned into green smoke and dissipated. The middle-aged man from the demon palace opened his eyes wide. His body was shattered and his soul was destroyed. You aren't. Before he could finish his words, he exploded. He died. His astral soul was destroyed. But before he died, he discovered a shocking secret. Relying on the demon phantom, he tore apart those sword techniques and arrived beside the middle-aged man. But when he attacked the middle-aged man's body, he discovered that there was a golden radiance on the middle-aged man's body. At that moment, he discovered that the middle-aged man was hiding something. The middle-aged man had a terrifying constitution. It was even possible that it was not a magical ability of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. That was why he wanted to warn the middle-aged man. However, his strength had already been destroyed. So he couldn't say anything in the end. Dead. A late minor saint expert died just like that. The people of the Demon Palace went crazy. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were shocked. They rushed over even more crazily. These sword saints were all experts. When they joined forces, they killed the people of the Demon Palace. On the other side, 5 mid-minor saints were attacking the middle-aged woman. She couldn't spare any time to attack the middle-aged man. The 5 of them also used a sword formation. Together with the 10,000 swords returned to origin, its power was really terrifying. Lin Xian was facing the mountain-like old man. The old man's face was gloomy and cold. He was gnashing his teeth. Damn it! Did he lose his companion so easily? Impossible. It must be his companion. He was careless. This time he had to be 120% alert. Go to hell for me. His eyes were cold. He flicked a finger. The finger was like a light pillar that reached the sky. The black law on it quickly spread out. Thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. The black bone finger fell from the sky. The whole heaven and earth trembled. The power made the scalps of the people in the distance numb. Kid, it's all over now. The old man's face became pale. Obviously, he had used up all his strength to launch his ultimate attack. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the black finger exploded out completely. Even though it was huge in size, its speed was unbelievably fast. Those below the Saint Realm couldn't dodge it at all. Not good. Retreat quickly. The sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion didn't dare to do anything. They retreated frantically. Someone among them exclaimed, "Senior brother, retreat quickly. We can't resist it." "No, I can't retreat in time." These people's faces were pale. Ultimate attack? Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with a cold light. The next moment, the sword on his body became even more terrifying. Since it's like this, let's end it. Kill! With a roar, endless sword qi gathered in his hand, forming a huge sword. He held it and slashed it toward the sky. It collided with the black bone finger. The sky exploded in an instant, and all the people on Double Rain Planet looked in this direction. What happened? Someone is fighting. The two forces are too terrifying. Could it be that a Saint Realm expert has come? Many people were startled. Some shook their heads. That's not right. Although it's very terrifying, it hasn't broken through to the Saint Realm. It should be a peak expert below the Saint Realm. Seeing the sword Qi, could it be someone from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? The other side should be someone from the Demon Palace. Let's go and take a look. Those people soared into the sky one after another. As for the people present, they were completely stunned. They saw cracks suddenly appear on the black bone finger when the two forces collided. Furthermore, the cracks quickly spread. Then, with a kacha sound, the finger exploded. As for the huge sword, it became stronger and stronger. When it exploded, the sword light completely engulfed the 30,000-meter-tall body of the old man. Chapter 41:15. When the sword light disappeared, the old man's body was full of sword holes. They were so densely packed that it made one's scalp go numb. With a loud thud, his huge body fell to the ground, shattering the mountains, rivers, plains, and waterfalls below. No, Elder, the saints of Devil Palace screamed crazily. Another late minor saint had died. This was too inconceivable. The middle-aged woman was terrified. Retreat quickly. She was alone now. She was no match for these people. The people of Devil Palace quickly retreated. Senior brother, do you want to chase after me? The sword saints of Myriad Sword Pavilion rushed over with stars in their eyes. They were really too excited. His strength was too strong. Why did they feel that he was not weaker than Wan Jianyi? He was indeed a hidden, peerless genius. If he appeared, he would definitely be able to enter the pilgrim list. He might even be able to compete with Wan Jianyi, a sword genius. Looking at those people who were fleeing like stray dogs, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. There was no need to chase after them. Those people were no longer a threat. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at those people in the distance. He said, "Get rid of these people. He still wants to fight." The hearts of the people of Myriad Sword Pavilion were beating wildly. They wanted to say something, but Lin Xian had already made his move. The huge sword in his hand did not disappear. Instead, it slashed out again. Let's go and follow senior brother Wu Jian. The people of Myriad Sword Pavilion also rushed over, killing in all directions. Damn it, how dare you! The people who were watching the battle from afar were very shocked by the result of the battle. They did not expect that the Devil Palace, which had a lot of people, would actually escape. It was really unexpected. However, they soon screamed. The people of Myriad Sword Pavilion were actually going to attack them. Damn it! These people roared crazily and launched a counterattack. After a great battle, countless people were killed and injured. Many people had escaped, and some had been buried here forever. The Myriad Sword Pavilion also suffered losses. A few sword saints were killed and some were injured. However, the effect they achieved was not bad. The people in the surroundings were all beaten away by them. Senior brother Wu Jian, what should we do? We don't know the exact location. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry. It's around here. Let's search." With that said, everyone spread out to investigate again. Lin Xian, on the other hand, casually walked to a place. Others didn't know, but he did. However, he couldn't show it directly, so he kept attacking. On his 6th attempt, he finally pierced through the bottom. A black ray of light appeared. It had appeared. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion immediately flew over. Looking at the cracked ground and the black light, they were all incomparably excited. There really was one. Senior brother, this is great. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He could finally collect the great spear of destruction. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Look, what's that? The people in the distance naturally saw this scene as well. This aura was very similar to the one from before. It was the weapon of the Saint King. He appeared. Go quickly. These people had originally come to watch the battle, but on the way, they discovered such a change. They were all overjoyed and flew quickly. In addition, the eyes of those who had fled earlier were also red as they charged back. What to do? The sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were extremely nervous. There were so many people that they couldn't fight against at all. However, if they were to leave now, they would not be willing to accept it. Go and get it. These people wanted to go down, but they were forced back. Many of them vomited blood. No, the energy was too strong. They couldn't go down at all. Lin Xian said, I'll go down. You guys just have to deal with them here for a while. Before coming, I've already spent a lot of money to buy a batch of array formations. I can give them to you now. At this point, Lin Xian took out a storage ring. There were 36 sets of array formations inside. He had set them up when he had nothing to do, but now he was giving them to these people. He wasn't doing it to help the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, but to help himself. If he delayed these people for a while, he could calmly collect the great spear of destruction. Okay, these people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion didn't know that Lin Xian was pretending. They thought that he was really their senior brother. Therefore, they happily took it and began to set up the array formations. Everyone listened and restrained them with all their strength. They didn't have to fight them head-on. These people began to move. Lin Xian took a deep breath, turned into a sword light, and drilled into the crack below. After going down, Lin Xian activated the world core. In an instant, he arrived in the depths of the world. This place was already enveloped by boundless demonic qi. It was abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated his divine body. The dragon's sword soul also surrounded him. He also felt a huge pressure. Not long after, he saw an 8 trigrams furnace in front of him. There was a black spear inside, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. It was the Great Spear of Destruction. At this moment, the Great Spear of Destruction looked the same, but its power had undergone an earth-shattering change. Lin Xian was also incomparably surprised by this. However, in a flash, the Great Spear of Destruction was the heirloom of the Great Demon Clan. How could it be weak? He thought that it should be a sacred weapon. It didn't display such power before because this weapon was sealed. After all, it was the Great Demon back then. He was also very young, and his cultivation level was just that of a saint. If he had a sacred weapon back then, he would probably have been targeted by countless powerhouses. Therefore, this kind of sealed weapon would be broken bit by bit as the user's strength increased. This time, Lin Xian used the 8 trigrams furnace to refine it. It might have affected the seal. It caused a lot of seals to break, so the true power of the Great Spear of Destruction was displayed. When he arrived here, he quickly stopped the 8 trigrams furnace. The 8 trigrams furnace turned into a small 8 trigrams and flew into his glabella. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't take too long, and it was not completely broken. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to subdue the Great Spear of Destruction. This was because the soul imprint he left on it was very dim. It would probably disappear completely in a few months. At that time, it would be an unparalleled murderous weapon. Perhaps only a true Saint King would be able to subdue it. Fortunately, he still had the soul imprint on it. He just needed to strengthen the soul imprint on it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and moved quickly. As soon as his soul came out, the heavenly secret god eyes exploded with endless power. Lin Xian strengthened the soul imprint again. The Great Spear of Destruction also wanted to resist. After all, it was an item of the Demon Clan. Lin Xian struck out the Great Sage Tower to suppress it. This was the real Great Sage Tower. At this moment, it suppressed the demonic qi causing the great spear of destruction to be unable to resist. Just as he was in the process of collecting the great spear of destruction, the people outside had already arrived. There were saints everywhere. Their eyes were red. Chapter 41:16. 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Did they find the treasure? Hurry up and hand it over. 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Do you want to monopolize it? That's impossible. These people started to kill each other. The people of 10,000 Swords Pavilion swallowed their saliva and said, "Open the formation." The 36 formations in the surroundings were activated one after another. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Someone must be seizing the treasure. These people were not stupid. They rushed in an instant. An earth-shattering battle broke out. Lin Xian frowned slightly when he sensed the fluctuations from above. There were too many people here. The formations he gave were not enough. Thinking of this, he began to use the power of this world to suppress them. However, he found that the power of this world was much weaker than before. Could it be that the power was absorbed by the spear of destruction and used to break the seal? That made sense. It was said that in ancient times, there were super experts who used the power of several worlds as the price to nourish a weapon. There were even some terrifying ones that involved more than 10 worlds. When the weapon was formed, those worlds would be turned into ashes. That method was really terrifying. Lin Xian guessed that if he left it for a few more decades, the twin rain star would be completely shattered and its power would be sucked dry. Due to the influence of the power of the world, the people outside were in chaos. At this moment, there were lightning tribulations in the sky that struck down. The battle had completely erupted. Many people of 10,000 Swords Pavilion vomited blood. However, they also resisted with bloodshot eyes. However, at this moment, a saber light slashed down with an extremely terrifying aura. The formations in the sky were opened. Not good. Quickly retreat. When the people of 10,000 Swords Pavilion saw this scene, they frantically retreated. 5 of them did not retreat in time and were instantly turned into blood mist. The remaining people felt their scalps go numb. A sacred venerable made a move. Finally, a sacred venerable came? That's great. The people of the demon palace were ecstatic. The one who made a move was their elder. Quickly make a move. They were seizing the treasure below. Another saber light fell from the sky and covered the ground. The ground cracked and sank, destroying everything. No, Senior Brother Wu Jian and the people of 10,000 Swords Pavilion screamed. This attack was too powerful. No matter how strong Wu Jian was, he would not be able to block it. Boom! Boom! In fact, Lin Xian had already felt it when the first saber light descended. Is the Lord here? He was a little anxious because he was so close to being able to take away the great destruction spear. Initially, he thought that he could hold on for a while longer. However, the appearance of the sacred master had pushed everyone away. Those saints did not dare to go against him. The second blade light slashed down. Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. Just a little more. He steeled himself and activated the great sage pagoda to defend himself. With a clang, the great holy tower rolled over. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but he smiled. He had finally succeeded. At this moment, his soul imprint was imprinted on it. With a wave of his hand, the great destruction spear turned into a jet black light that entered his sleeve. In the next moment, he activated the void escape and steamed away. Boom! Boom! Everything around him shattered and sank. The rumor lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. The holy venerate from the fiend palace made a grabbing motion with his hand, and all the ruins were torn apart. In the next moment, he saw blood filling the air. However, there was no trace of a person. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were also frantically searching. Senior apprentice brother Wu Jian? They did not find him. A person's voice trembled. Could it be that his astral soul had already been destroyed? No way. The other people also sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Such a powerful swordsman had been killed just like that? The people from the Fiend Palace sneered. This is the consequence of daring to go against us. In their opinion, no matter how powerful the other party was, he would not be able to stop them. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had already been killed. However, Lin Xian walked out from the other side of the world. The mask on his body had also disappeared. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile. His figure flickered, and he found a safe place to enter seclusion. The reason for that was because he wanted to strengthen his soul imprint again. After all, the current Great Destruction Spear was too powerful. If he was not careful in nurturing it, he might even be injured. While he was in seclusion, holy venerates arrived one after another. They joined hands and suppressed the entire world. At this moment, many people retreated. They only dared to watch quietly. Were those little saints also the first batch? They were high and mighty before. However, compared to the holy venerates, they were insignificant. A holy venerate could sweep away everything. Nothing. The holy venerate of the Fiend Palace searched frantically. He discovered that not only had the person disappeared, but the weapon had also disappeared. This made his expression become very unsightly. Some people guessed that the weapon might have been destroyed. What kind of joke was this? If it was a weapon that could be easily destroyed by a holy venerate, would there be a need to be so frantic? Everyone shook their heads. That meant that the weapon had been snatched away by someone. Who was it? Was it Wu Jian? Impossible. He was only a middle-stage little saint. He did not have such heaven-defying methods. I guess there should be other experts hiding and secretly taking it away. Buzz! Right at this moment, a sword light split the world. It carried a black aura. It was incomparably terrifying. It was the Dark Sword Master. The surviving saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion rushed forward. We pay our respects to the Dark Sword Master. They were very excited. The Dark Sword Master said, "Where is the item? Many of our people have been killed. The item has also disappeared. They are all from the Fiend Palace. It's them. If it wasn't for them, the item would have been in their hands." These people's eyes were bloodshot. The Dark Sword Master snorted coldly. "Do you all want to die?" He slashed out with his sword. The dark sword technique pervaded heaven and earth. The entire sky darkened completely. The crowd seemed to have been deprived of their vision. Not good. They screamed frantically. Fortunately, the Dark Sword Master was attacking the Fiend Palace. The holy venerate of the Fiend Palace shouted angrily, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The two of them started fighting a world-shaking battle. Just the aftermath of their battle had torn many people from the Fiend Palace into pieces. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also rushed forward crazily. Prepare to die. The two sides started fighting again. The battle shook heaven and earth. This lasted for a total of 10 days. The battle was very bitter. A group of experts from the Fiend Palace had died. Several sword saints from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had died. Even the two holy venerates were injured. The body of the holy venerate was split open. His internal organs flowed out. On the other side, several bloody holes appeared on the body of the Dark Sword Master. It was a ghastly sight. These wounds were extremely terrifying. There were remnants of the laws on them. They were difficult to erase in a short period of time. Both sides were miserable. They could only stop fighting. The Dark Sword Master brought the remaining people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and left. After descending, he asked in detail what had happened. Chapter 41:17. The people of Myriad Swords Pavilion gritted their teeth and said, "Senior Brother Wu Jian was dead and the weapon was nowhere to be found." Dark Sword Master frowned as he healed himself. "Wu Jian? Who is that? Why haven't I heard of this name before?" Senior Brother Wu Jian was nurtured by a sacred sovereign. "He is the foundation of our Myriad Swords Pavilion," a sword saint said. The Dark Sword Master furrowed his brows, tightly after hearing this. He naturally knew about the foundation of a sect. However, he had never heard of Wu Jian. Forget it. I'll ask the others when they come. Dark Sword Master closed his eyes and started to heal himself. Following that, the other sacred sovereigns started to have conflicts. They searched for the weapon all over the world. In the end, they joined hands and sealed the entire world. They were only allowed to enter and not leave. Even if they had to turn the world upside down, they had to find the weapon. Experts from Myriad Swords Pavilion had arrived. This time Wan Jiani and another sword reverend came as well. There were also quite a number of late little saints who had come. It seemed like they were determined to get the weapon this time. After arriving, they met up with Dark Sword Master and the others. Dark Sword Master asked if they knew a person called Wu Jian. Those people were puzzled. We don't have such a person in Myriad Swords Pavilion. No one. Dark Sword Master frowned. Those injured people from Myriad Swords Pavilion screamed. Impossible. Senior Brother Wu Jian is very powerful. Could it be that we were cheated? Some people frowned. Someone had pretended to be a member of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in order to intimidate others and then reap the benefits. When they thought of this, their faces turned cold. Impossible. Those people were dumbfounded. We had our suspicions before. However, he really knows the Myriad Swords sect. Other than Myriad Swords Pavilion, who else knows the Myriad Swords sect? The moment these words came out, the faces of the two sacred sovereigns turned gloomy. A mysterious person knows the Myriad Swords sect. Damn it, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. It seemed like other than searching for the weapon, they were also searching for a person called Wu Jian. In the great sage tower, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He felt that it was about time, so he prepared to leave. When he and Bai Qian came out, they found that their surroundings had changed. The aura of the entire world was very oppressive. Bai Qian's face was filled with fear. This was the aura of a saint, and there was more than one of them. This world was sealed. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed like these people would not give up until they found the treasure. He turned into a stream of light and brought Bai Qian along as he charged into the sky. The void shattered endlessly. However, at this moment, a massive sealing power pressed down on him, bouncing him back. Lin Xian frowned. This seal was very strong. Furthermore, it was not set up by one holy venerate, but by at least 4 holy venerates working together. If he wanted to blast it open, he would have to use the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. Moreover, he would also need to accumulate power for a period of time. He would definitely be discovered. In fact, he had already been discovered. Countless figures gathered in this direction. Who was it that wanted to leave? It was too suspicious. They wanted to capture him and ask him. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. Boundless sword chi intertwined to form a mask on his face. At the same time, terrifying sword chi swept in all directions. Do you want to die when the 10,000 Swords Pavilion is handling this matter? What a terrifying sword chi! He was a top genius of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Some people were shocked when they saw the scene. There were also some people who were puzzled. One person screamed, "Could it be that you are that Wu Jian? Are you not dead?" It was too unbelievable. That was a Saint Venerates / back then, but he was still alive. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that he had been recognized. But so what? He said coldly, "Since you know who I am, hurry up and get lost. Those who block me will die." Kid, although you are a sword Dao genius, so what? This time it's not just one holy venerate, but a joint effort. You can forget about leaving. Someone sneered. The news quickly spread. Coincidentally, Wan Jiani and the others were nearby. When he received the news, he was instantly stunned. Do you think that suspicious person has appeared? Follow me. He led the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and turned into an endless stream of light, rushing into the distance. When Lin Xian saw that these people were unwilling to back down, he prepared to charge out forcefully. However, at this moment the void shattered. Countless sword lights slashed out and surrounded the surroundings. "Kid, it's really you." A cold voice was heard. The people around felt their scalps tingle. It was the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Immediately, someone cupped his fist and said, "We are not targeting the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. It's just the rules. We hope that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion can understand." Wan Jinny turned his head and said, "You didn't let him go. Very good. I am very grateful to you, because this person is not from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion." What? The surrounding martial artists of the sacred city were stunned when they heard this. Not from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? What's going on this time? Wan Jinny did not explain. Instead, he said, "Everyone, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion needs to deal with some matters. I hope that you can leave." Those people quickly retreated after hearing this. They pushed far away, but did not leave because this matter was too strange. They had to figure it out. Lin Xian frowned. Was I exposed? Thinking that since Wan Jinny was here, the other experts should be here too. Perhaps they already knew that he was not here. But so what? Now that his strength had increased greatly, he was no longer afraid of Wan Jinny. As long as he did not expose his identity as Lin Xian, it would be fine. Let them suspect me. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You dare to suspect me?" Wan Jinny said, "Kid, stop pretending. You can't hide anything in front of me." "Is that so?" Lin Xian took a step forward. The aura on his body became unparalleled. He activated the 10,000 swords returned to origin. All the sword chi in the 9 heavens and 10 earths moved towards him as if they were going to submit to him. The 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless people screamed. Wan Jinny's pupils shrank. He had heard of this before, but he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Has the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's secret technique been leaked out? "Who are you?" he said coldly. Lin Xian sneered. "I told you. I am a genius secretly nurtured by the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. You don't have the right to know. If you want to know, ask the Saint King of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion." "Humph, nonsense." Wan Jinny snorted. A small saint behind him said, "Stop talking nonsense with him. Capture him. We can't let the 10,000 swords return to origin spread out." The surrounding sword saints all surrounded him. The terrifying aura caused the heaven and earth to freeze. Not good. Bai Qianshan's face turned pale. This scene was even more terrifying than when the green flood dragon race surrounded him in Immemorial City. Lin Xian smiled. "Why? Do you want to fight me? Aren't you afraid that you will be punished when you return?" Then he looked at Wan Jinny. "I heard that you are a sword genius, but now that I have appeared, you can give me this title. If you are not convinced, you can fight me one-on-one." Chapter 41:18. Don't listen to him. This brat is just trying to stall for time. The surrounding sword saints felt a chill run down their spine. Wan Jinny waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'll give him a chance. Don't make a move. I'll take him down personally." "Brat, do you think you have the right to escape after a one-on-one battle? You're too naive. I'll take off your mask personally and let you die knowing why." As he spoke, the law on his body erupted. The surrounding sword saints quickly retreated when they saw the scene. However, they didn't disperse. They had to prevent the other party from escaping. Lin Xian sent Bai Qianshan back to the black soil again. Then he turned his head and stared at Wan Jinny. In the next moment, a cold light burst out from his eyes. The battle had finally arrived. Moreover, he could compete with the other party openly with his sword skills. This made him extremely excited. The people in the distance were also screaming. Are the two sword geniuses going to have an intense collision? They really didn't know who would be stronger. They were all excited, watching carefully. There were 2 swords in front of them. They bloomed and swept across the 9 heavens. When the two collided, they were like 2 peerless divine swords. They let out an earth-shattering sound, and endless sword light swept across the surroundings. The surrounding people's ears were bleeding. Boom! Boom! After the first exchange, the two of them continued to attack. After more than 100 exchanges, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Wan Jinni was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to really know myriad returning swords. Moreover, it didn't seem to be any weaker than him. It was really unbelievable. Who is this person? Who is pretending to be him? A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. This was a peerless enemy. He had to get rid of him. Otherwise, he would be a very dangerous enemy in the future. Thinking of this, he decided to use other means. Previously, it was only the collision of myriad returning swords. Now he was going to use other Sword Dao laws. Starlight Law. The sword Qi trembled. Like starlight, it quickly spread out and swept towards Lin Xian. Each of these starlights could penetrate a late-stage, small saint. With so many starlights falling together, it could easily destroy everything. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't use other laws. He only used the Sword Dao to fight. His sword was incomparably sharp, pressing forward courageously. It was as if he and his sword alone could destroy all laws and great Daos. Sure enough, as Lin Xian brandished the starlight nomological laws, they kept shattering and dimming. In the end, the starlight nomological laws weren't extinguished. Lin Xian quickly arrived in front of Wan Jinni and slashed down. With a bang, Wan Jinni was blasted back. His entire arm was numb. The blood and qi in his body roiled, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang. Lightning sword technique. Boundless lightning appeared on Wan Jinni's body. The sword qi became incomparably violent, capable of destroying everything. His strength had increased during this period of time. Xiao Chen was unrivaled under a holy venerate. He was even confident of blocking a few moves from a holy venerate. Therefore, at this moment, he did not care about Wu Jian at all. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. His opponent's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Lightning sword art, 3,000 lightning haste. Endless lightning sword qi surged, and the whole world trembled. The surrounding people frantically retreated. It was too terrifying. It was as if this sword could destroy a world. The spectators were pushed thousands of miles away. Even so, they were covered in cold sweat, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It's over. That Wu Jian is definitely dead. Under such a powerful lightning sword technique, no one could survive unless a holy venerate came. Lin Xian looked dignified. He had to admit that Wan Jinni was really strong. Especially during this period of time, his cultivation had increased again. Not many people under a holy venerate could block this sword qi. However, he was confident. He took a deep breath. The 10,000 swords converged, and the sword nomological laws continued to operate. The power of the great dragon, Sword Soul, also surged out. He slashed out with a sword. Wang. The sword swept across the sky. It stirred up the wind and clouds, and the surrounding people trembled again. What a terrifying sword qi! Was this Wu Jian also so terrifying? Even Wan Jinni's pupils shrank. He involuntarily took a step back. The sudden burst of power from the sword shocked him greatly. Damn it! Can his opponent's strength still increase? I don't believe it. He shouted angrily. Those lightning swords became even more terrifying. Boom! Boom! It was as if a great apocalypse had happened. The sky fell and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared in the void, spreading to both sides. It was as if the world was split into 2 halves by the attack of the two. At this moment, the people on the Double Rain planet were shocked. Who was fighting? It was too terrifying. Not good. Retreat quickly. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Many people knelt on the ground and kept worshipping. More people screamed in horror. Even those holy venerates opened their eyes one after another. The expressions of the two holy venerates from the 10,000 swords pavilion changed. This aura was from two top swordsmen fighting. One of them was Wan Jinny's, and the other was very unfamiliar. However, they felt that it seemed to have the aura of the 10,000 swords converged. What was going on? The two of them looked at each other and thought of a name. Could it be that the person called Wu Jian had come? Did he not die? Let's go. The two of them urgently wanted to catch each other. At this moment, except for them, the others also rushed into the distance. They wanted to know, who was fighting? Why was there a battle? Did they find the Sage King weapon? Endless sword chi rumbled in the sky. Then the two figures retreated. Wan Jinny's face was extremely cold. On the other side, Lin Xian laughed. You're just eso. You keep saying that you want to kill me. I'm afraid you can't do it. Damn it. Wan Jinny's face was ugly. The surrounding people from the 10,000 swords pavilion were stunned. How could this be? The other party could actually fight with Wan Jinny. This was unbelievable. How strong was this person? Kid, don't be too proud. I still have some tricks up my sleeve. Wan Jinny was unhappy. He must take down the other party. However, at this moment, two terrifying figures descended from the void. Don't talk nonsense with him. Catch him. I have something to ask him. Yes, collect his soul. The two holy venerates descended. Their powerful aura covered everything. Not good. The surrounding people were instantly sent flying 30 million miles away. They looked terrified. Lin Xian's face changed. Are the holy venerates here? Wan Jinny, you're in luck today. Your holy venerate is here. Otherwise, you would have died today. Lin Xian's body flashed. He wanted to leave. Do you think you can escape from our hands? The dark sword lord sneered. He waved his sword. The entire sky darkened. It was as though all the light in the world had been taken away. The other person was called the Heaven Opening Sword Lord. With a sword, the endless sky split open. It was as though he was going to swallow Lin Xian. When the two holy venerates attacked, they were extremely powerful. No one could escape at all. Lin Xian's face changed. They were indeed holy venerates. They were too strong. If he was in other places, he wouldn't be able to escape. He could only hide in the great sage tower. However, it was different here. He was the master of this world. He was here with the buffs of the world. Endless power of the world surged in. Void Escape. Chapter 40, 119. In an instant, he activated the Void Escape technique to the extreme and disappeared into the void. Following that, two sword lights slashed down, causing the world to tremble. The destruction of this world was even more terrifying. However, the two saint sovereigns' faces were ugly. The other party had actually disappeared without a trace. It was like a slap to their faces. One should know that the two of them were saint sovereigns. When they attacked, the other saint sovereigns wouldn't be able to escape. But now a minor saint had actually escaped from their hands. It really made them lose face. Dark Saint Sovereign stood up and said coldly, "All disciples of Myriad Sword Pavilion, listen up. Search for Wu Jian and kill him without mercy." The moment the order was given, the people of Myriad Sword Pavilion were stunned. Even Wan Jinny was stunned. His mind was in a daze. What's going on? The other party escaped? Impossible. He would definitely die if the two saint sovereigns attacked. How could the other party escape? The people in the distance also sucked in a cold breath. Who exactly is this person? Why aren't you moving? Dark Saint Sovereign snorted when he saw this scene. Wan Jinny and the rest quickly searched for Wu Jian. This time it was really spectacular. Countless sword saints of Myriad Sword Pavilion began to sweep through this world crazily. They definitely wouldn't let go of any possibility. On the other side, Lin Xian used the Void Escape technique and world energy to leave this place. However, his expression didn't ease up, because through this world, He could clearly sense that the people of Myriad's sword pavilion were frantically searching for him. With this speed, they would soon receive his message. Damn these people. Do they really think that he's a pushover? Bai Qian was also worried. Brother Wu Jian, what should we do? Qian, stay inside and don't come out. Leave the rest to me. Competing in numbers? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Then, let's see who called for more people. Lin Xian took out a Heavenly Devil order and crushed it, sending the message out. Heavenly Devil Domain. At this moment, the people of Heavenly Devil Clan all stood up. Their eyes were filled with terrifying light. Old Ancestor is summoning us. Quickly, go to the general appointment platform. The Protector is about to appoint a general. These experts of the Sky Devil race turned into shadows and charged forward in a dense crowd. Double Rain Star. Everyone was in fear. Myriad Sword Pavilion seemed to have gone crazy. The others were trembling in fear. With so many sword saints moving together, no one dared to resist at this time. We've checked the north, but there's nothing there. We've checked in the west, but there's nothing there. Only the south and east were left. Let's go to the south first, then to the east. I don't believe that he can escape. These people moved out in a frenzy. At the same time, in the east, Lin Xian opened his eyes. In the next moment, a purple vortex appeared in the void above his head, and silhouettes emerged from it. This scene was so terrifying that everyone in the world saw it. What was that? Did someone come in again? Someone had broken the seal. These people were screaming crazily. Those from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were originally flying toward the south, but when they saw the abnormal phenomenon in the eastern sky, they immediately came to a halt. Let's go to the east. There's a situation there. Under the leadership of the two Holy Venerates, these people attacked crazily. Double Rain Planet, east. The 3,000 devilish figures landed and looked at Lin Xian, who knelt down on one knee to offer greetings to the patriarch. Get up! Lin Xian's eyes were also filled with pride and coldness. It was as if he had truly turned into a demon god. Get up and follow me to kill the enemy. The 3,000 heavenly demons had already appeared. Lin Xian was going to play a big game today. Not only was he going to hunt down the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, but he was also going to uproot all the forces on Double Rain Planet. This was his world, and no one could touch it. Buzz! They swore to follow the Patriarch to death. The 3,000 heavenly demons stood up. Each of them was exuding a monstrous, demonic aura. Even Lin Xian's body was stained with a layer of terrifying aura. Let's go! He took the lead and rushed out. The 3,000 devilish figures followed behind him. These people were mighty, moving freely between heaven and earth. Not long after, they stopped because they found a team. This team was not from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, but from the Fiend Palace. The Fiend Planet was relatively close to this place, so there were many people from the Fiend Palace on it. At this moment, there were people from all 4 continents. The Eastern continent was supporting this team. When they saw the strange phenomenon in the eastern sky, they naturally came to investigate. The next moment, they were scared out of their wits. They saw 3,000 heavenly demons standing in the sky. Each of them had a terrifying aura. There was no lack of minor saints among them, and there were even existences above the minor saint realm. That aura almost scared them to death. Why are there so many heavenly demons here? They were shocked. Lin Xian looked at the Fiend Palace. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. I'll start with you guys. Kill. With a wave of his hand, the 3,000 heavenly demons behind him roared and rushed out with terrifying Dao divine abilities. Their demonic aura blotted out the sky. Damn it. The people from the Fiend Palace also launched a frenzied counterattack. Phantoms of devils swept across the 9 heavens. However, there were only about 100 of them. How could they be a match for 3,000 heavenly demons? In an instant, they were enveloped by endless devil light. Blood filled the air, and miserable cries rang out. It was a hellish scene. Among them, there were 10 late minor saints. They were roaring crazily. "Damn it! Why are you heavenly demons attacking me?" The 10 late minor saints were on the verge of tears. They had never provoked the Fiend Palace, right? The one leading them was a young man. He was wearing a devil armor and holding a long spear. Looking at Lin Xian, he roared crazily, "Just you wait. My Fiend Palace will never let this matter rest. Do you think you can still go back and report this to the Fiend Palace?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. These people had occupied his world for so long, and now they had broken his world into pieces. How could he let these people leave? He would use the blood of these people to repair his world. When he thought of this, he waved his finger and a sword chi shot out. The sword chi was like an azure dragon. With a roar, it suddenly enlarged and danced in the sky. The sky fell and the earth cracked. In front of him, the expression of the minor saint wearing devil armor changed instantly. It was too strong. It was beyond his expectation. Retreat. He retreated crazily. However, it was too late. The azure dragon sword arrived in front of him in an instant. He opened his mouth and spat out a black mountain. There was a devil face on the mountain. It opened its mouth and spat out a black light blade. It wanted to block the azure dragon's sword chi. The mountain was 80,000 feet tall. The black wind blade could destroy everything. However, it was ineffective at this moment. With a loud clang, the 80,000 feet tall mountain was split apart by the sword chi. How is this possible? The minor saint's face was pale. His eyes were filled with despair. In the next moment, he was shrouded by the sword chi. The devil armor on his body was shattered, and his body was torn apart. Ah, run! His soul escaped from his broken body, screaming crazily. The other 9 minor saints wanted to resist, but they were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. This minor saint was the strongest among them. He couldn't even block a sword chi. How could the others resist? Chapter 41:20. Run. Every single one of them would escape. The remaining experts of the Devil Palace fled in all directions. Lin Xian retracted his hand and said coldly, "Leave no one alive." Yes, 3,000 heavenly demons moved out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Devil Palace saints were killed. The small saint's astral soul was also destroyed. Endless saint blood sprinkled between heaven and earth. The scene was extremely tragic. Lin Xian used the power of his world to wrap the sage blood and extract the energy within to repair the world. At this moment, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard from all directions. There were people who came from other places. They wanted to see what the strange phenomenon in the east was. When they arrived, they happened to see the last scene. That terrifying scene made their scalps tingle. Buzz! The 3,000 heavenly demons were stained with blood in the void. Their gazes were few and far between. The hearts of the people in the surroundings beat wildly. Heavenly demon race. Damn it! It's 3,000 heavenly demons. Why are there so many experts? The people who came kept retreating. They even said, "We don't mean to offend you. We'll leave now." They flew into the distance, like crazy. Buzz! At this moment, countless sword chi flashed in the sky, tearing the void apart and transforming into figures nearby. They were the people of the myriad sword pavilion. The people who originally wanted to retreat stopped and revealed strange expressions. 10,000 swords pavilion. If these fitness centers were to join forces, they would be an extremely terrifying force. Who knew what would happen next? They were all prepared to watch. After the people of the myriad sword pavilion arrived, they looked at the 3,000 heavenly demons and frowned. Why are there so many people? Moreover, they were the people of the heavenly demon race. It wasn't the Wu Jian they were looking for. It's you. Wan Jian's pupils shrank when he saw a figure. He exclaimed in surprise. Dark Sword Master asked, "What's going on? Did you find that person?" Wan Jian's expression changed. He said no, but he found another familiar person. He pointed to the front, and everyone's gazes followed. Further ahead, among the countless heavenly demons, there was a person. Although he was also surrounded by black energy, there was a golden light flickering around him. He was completely different from the 3,000 heavenly demons. Lin Wuti. Wan Jianni gritted his teeth and roared. The others' faces also changed. Lin Wuti? They looked at him carefully. Some people sucked in a breath of cold air. It really was him. It was Lin Wuti again. He hadn't come out for a long time. Who would have thought that the moment he appeared, he would stir up another storm? How could he mobilize so many Sky Devil Race experts? He didn't know, but it seemed like the Heaven Devil Race had been helping him since the beginning. Sounds of exclamations and discussions could be heard. "Oh my, Wan Jianni, long time no see." Lin Xian walked up and smiled faintly. "I thought you would hide in seclusion and not dare to come out. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" "What a joke." Wan Jianni snorted coldly. Lin Xian said, "Aren't you afraid?" "Yu Quan, Mo Xiu has already been defeated. It's your turn next. Don't compare me to those two trash. Just because you defeated them doesn't mean you can beat me. If you don't believe me, you can try." That was exactly what he was thinking. Lin Xian walked out. Previously, he had exchanged blows with Wan Jianni. However, that was a fair fight. He wasn't weaker than the other party. If those two Saint Venerables had not come, he could have seriously injured the other party or even killed him. Now he wanted to use other techniques. It would be best if he could find a chance to kill this Wan Jianni. On the other side, Wan Jianni also wanted to use this opportunity to kill Lin Xian. After all, he was indeed frightened by the other party's growth. Boom! Boom! He instantly activated sect origin swords. Terrifying sword chi swept out like seawater. The surrounding people also retreated. Darkness, Saint Venerable, looked at the scene. He waved his hand and pushed them far away. If it was before, they would have disregarded everything and attacked directly. However, they couldn't do it now. There were 3,000 Sky Devils on the other side. There must be Saint Venerables among them. They couldn't act rashly. Let Wan Jianni attack. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem to defeat Lin Wuti. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't use sect origin swords. Instead, he used 9-yang divine body to the extreme. The divine body's power was vast. He was like a sun that emitted endless light. The power of the flames caused the surrounding people to tremble incessantly. The 3,000 Sky Devils also retreated far away. They were also full of confidence. How could their old ancestor be defeated? Buzz! Wan Jianni could feel the aura of his opponent. It became even more terrifying. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He must kill Lin Wuti today. He wouldn't give him any chance to grow. The dragon-slaying sword was slashed out by him. The sword chi surged and turned into endless ribbons, whistling in front. Those late minor saints felt their scalps go numb because they realized that they might not even be able to block a single sword chi. Lin Xian sneered in the face of such a terrifying attack. He flicked his golden palm and slapped forward. Flames flickered on his 5 fingers as if they had turned into a golden crow. He grabbed it forcefully, and the flames evaporated the sword chi. "Wan Jianni, is this all you've got? You'll have to cultivate for another 10,000 years if you want to kill me. Was it because you were scared out of your wits in the Green Mountain world and your strength regressed?" Lin Xian sneered. While he was talking, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched forward. Boom! A terrifying aura filled the air. The fist turned into a sun. Even some sacred sovereigns frowned. Lin Wuti was too powerful. His cultivation was 1 realm lower than Wan Jianni, but his combat strength wasn't weak at all. Moreover, he was almost as strong as a sacred sovereign. No wonder his name could be heard in the second star world. He was indeed powerful. Wan Jianni's face darkened. Does he want to fight me in close combat? He knew that Lin Xian's physique was strong. Therefore, he unleashed endless sword qi to block the attack. At the same time, his body swayed and his speed reached the extreme. Myriad ancestral swords, together with his sword skills, could sweep everything away. As expected, the golden fist slowed down when it collided with the endless sword qi. Finally, it stopped in midair. Even the flames on it became dimmer and would be extinguished at any time. Wan Jianyi sneered. Lin Wuti was still lacking compared to him. However, his face changed quickly, and he was sent flying, because a Tai Chi diagram had appeared above his head without him knowing. The power of Yin and Yang fell. That power could destroy everything. Fortunately, he was fast enough. He dodged in an instant. However, some of the power still hit him and sent him flying. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The armor formed by the sword qi on his body shattered instantly. Damn it. Wan Jianyi's face turned cold. He was too careless. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly rushed over. His fists were dancing non-stop, as if thousands of suns were exploding in the air. Chapter 41:21. Get lost. Wan Jianyi felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had the sect-forming swords and was not afraid of close combat with anyone, that did not include Lin Xian. After many battles, it had been proven that Lin Xian's physique was ridiculously strong. He was not willing to sacrifice himself to such a person. Hence, in an instant, he unleashed countless sword auras, which turned into a sword screen and fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The golden fist hit the sword tomb and made a thunderous sound. The sword screen shook violently and cracks appeared on it. At this moment, Wan Jianyi retreated and unleashed 3 more sword auras. These 3 sword auras passed through the sword screen and attacked Lin Xian's vital points. One was between his eyebrows, one was his throat, and one was his heart. Ultimate kill. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. The law of death condensed in his left hand, and the law of sun surrounded his right hand. He struck out with both palms and blocked the 2 sword auras. At the same time, his right leg was like a giant dragon with an extremely sharp sword aura. He kicked out. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous sounds were heard. Wan Jianyi's ultimate kill was blocked. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. There was no way they could dodge such a fatal blow. Some of the top experts even thought that they would be seriously injured even if they could dodge it. But now, Lin Xian blocked it with ease. This was really unbelievable. After blocking the 3 ultimate kills, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light and he roared. He became terrifying again, as if 2 giant dragons were moving between heaven and earth. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard. The sword screen shook violently and then broke apart. A terrifying power swept over like a flood. Wan Jianyi's ultimate kill was blocked and he was still in shock. When he felt the power, his face changed drastically. He held his sword in front of him and shook it continuously. Countless law of sword filled the air. He wanted to block it, but he was still forced to retreat. He took dozens of steps back and crushed the void. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face became extremely pale. He was injured. The surrounding people widened their eyes. Lin Xian could already injure Wan Jianyi. Did this mean that his strength was above Wan Jianyi's? When they thought of this possibility, they felt like they were going crazy. In such a short time, Lin Wuti not only made it onto the pilgrim list, but his ranking was also getting stronger. Wan Jianyi was definitely in the top 3 on the pilgrim list. He even had a chance, but now he was injured. How was this possible? The people on Wan Jianyi's side sighed. The 2 holy venerates also showed sullen expressions. Damn it, this exceeded their expectations. However, they said, "Don't worry, Wan Jianyi still has a trump card up his sleeve." Wan Jianyi's eyes were filled with insanity as his handsome face became somewhat distorted. This time, his death would be a great humiliation. He would not give the other party another chance. Boom, boom, boom. As his voice fell, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from his body. It was enough to destroy the world. As soon as it appeared, it swept through the surrounding area. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end. They felt their bodies tremble uncontrollably. The 3,000 heavenly demons behind frowned as well. This aura was too unusual. However, they did not make a move. Without the Patriarch's order, they did not dare to make a move. On the other side, the people from Wan Jinni's side sneered. The terrifying destructive aura spread out and quickly formed sword shadows. They spread out in all directions and completely covered the entire space. The destructive sword shadows continued to rotate. Every aura seemed to be filled with boundless power. Far away, a charming figure looked at this scene with a hint of surprise. This was the destruction sword formation. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to use it, and to such an extent. Did he bring that thing with him? Qin Xianer was really shocked. As expected of Wan Jinni, he still had a powerful trump card. The others also sighed. Lin Wudi was strong, but compared to Wan Jinni, his trump card was still lacking. In the end, Wan Jinni would win this battle. Lin Xian frowned when he sensed the destructive aura. His face turned a little cold. The aura that Wan Jinni was emitting was a great threat to him. To be honest, he did not believe that with Wan Jinni's current strength, he could use such a sword formation. This guy had a rare treasure in his body. He must have brought something with him. It seemed that this was his trump card. It's really powerful. I underestimated you. However, can you fully control this sword formation? Don't be the first to be destroyed before the enemy is destroyed. There were many cases of people being counterattacked by formations and rare treasures. Therefore, once the power of a treasure was beyond one's control, it was a dangerous item. Humph, kid, you dare to underestimate me? I admit that I can't fully exert the power of the destruction sword formation, but it's too easy to kill you. Wan Jinni smiled sinisterly. He quickly formed a seal with his palms. The surrounding destruction sword qi vibrated rapidly, and an extremely terrifying aura spread out. Under this aura, heaven and earth shattered quickly. The surrounding people also frantically retreated. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his hand. 36 heavenly dipper swords quickly appeared and surrounded him. Those swords also emitted an unparalleled aura to resist the destruction sword formation. Kill! Lin Xian too formed a seal with his palms and roared. The 36 swords were surrounded by dragon shadows as if they had turned into giant dragons. 36 dragon shadows rushed between heaven and earth and roared together to resist the surrounding destruction sword qi. Wan Jinni snorted. He waved his arm, and a sky full of destruction sword qi rushed over. It was like a storm. The two sword formations collided with each other. Even a sacred venerate frowned in the face of such power. An intense battle broke out. It was unparalleled and even exceeded everyone's imagination. In the end, no one dared to stay in this area. They did not know what the final result would be. Such top-notch geniuses would be able to fight against sacred venerates if they took another step forward. Yes, it would be a great loss if even one of them died. However, such geniuses had become sworn enemies. It was really regrettable. It's useless. You can't resist my destruction, sword qi. Let me show you what destruction is. Wan Jinni smiled sinisterly. Those destruction swords were too terrifying. They could make people despair. However, he soon realized that he did not destroy his opponent. In the endless, shattered void, 36 dragon shadows danced between heaven and earth as if they had turned into peerless divine swords. His destructive sword energy was sliced apart. How could it be? Wan Jinni screamed. Chapter 41:22. Could Lin Fan's sword qi split the destruction sword qi? What a joke! He had never heard of it before. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This was beyond his understanding. Damn it, this guy had a rare treasure too. Thinking of this, Wan Jian's face became even gloomier. He must kill Lin Fan. Seeing that Wan Jian had changed from confidence to exasperation, Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. Competing with him with trump cards? Wan Jian was the one who didn't know what was good for him. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. Not only was his swordsmanship strong, but his formations were also terrifying. Moreover, he had obtained a heaven-breaking formation previously. At this moment, he wanted to use the 36 Tiangang swords to break Wan Jian's sword formation. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and began to break the formation. The 36 Tiangang swords were like his fingers. They were very agile and kept piercing through the void. It seemed that they were aimless. However, each time, they hit the weak points of the formation. This heaven-breaking formation could break so many terrifying formations in the hands of Master Spirit Turtle, let alone in the hands of Lin Xian. Its power would only be stronger than Master Spirit Turtle. Boom, boom, boom. The 36 Tiangang swords were getting faster and faster. In the end, they turned into countless light shadows and danced between heaven and earth. Everyone was dazzled. Just the terrifying energy fluctuation alone was enough to make them unable to get close. If they were inside, they would probably turn into a bloody mist in an instant. Something was wrong. There was something wrong with the situation. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "What was going on?" The others asked. An old man said, "Sense carefully." The aura of the destruction sword formation was weakening. No way, how was this possible? They all probed. In the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. It was true, the aura of the destruction sword formation was much weaker than before. What was going on? The people of Wan Jian also noticed this, and their expressions changed drastically. The two sacred venerables frowned. Could it be that the destruction sword formation was broken by Lin Fan? In the battle ahead, Lin Xian said, "I'll destroy your sword formation." Wan Jian's face. Destruction, sword wave. He roared. Those destructive sword energies suddenly blossomed with incomparable light, and then began to tremble rapidly. Wave after wave of sword waves swept out in all directions. The destructive power of the sword formation suddenly erupted and completely engulfed Lin Xian. Everything in front of him turned into nothingness. The faces of the surrounding people stiffened. Under this kind of attack, Lin Wuti would most likely die, right? Wan Jian's lips curled into a cold smile when he saw this. So what if the other party was strong? He had finally gotten rid of his opponent. On the other side, when the people of the 10,000 Swords sect saw this scene, they started laughing out maniacally. This was great. Senior Brother Wan is mighty. How could that Lin Wuti be mentioned in the same breath as Senior Brother Wan? Did Lin Wuti lose? In the distance, Qin Xianer frowned when she saw the scene. That was impossible. Suddenly, her eyes flashed. As expected, this brat couldn't have been killed so easily. Boom! Amidst the void of destruction, 36 beams of sword light suddenly burst forth and charged out. Lin Xian, surrounded by the Big Dipper sword formation, walked out like a sword god. This move of yours is not bad. If it were other geniuses, they would have been killed already. But it's a pity that this kind of attack can't kill me. A cold voice rang out between heaven and earth. Countless people were stunned. They all turned their heads to look. It was Lin Wuti. He didn't die. These people were really too shocked. Wan Jian's eyelids were also twitching. You didn't die? Impossible. He was really stunned. Lin Xian said, "It's all over. You're the one who lost this battle." He roared, and the 36 swords suddenly enlarged and then quickly merged. The 36 swords turned into a giant sword. Lin Xian held it and split the sky open. Damn it, destruction, sword wave. Wan Jian once again launched his attack and collided with the 36 golden giant swords. Between heaven and earth there was a roar. A storm swept across. But this time, the destruction sword wave didn't succeed. Instead, it was mercilessly torn apart. The 36 sword shadows enveloped Wan Jinni. It was too unbelievable. Previously, Wan Jinni almost won, but now he was actually in danger of being killed. Damn it. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were nervous, but the 3,000 heavenly demons sneered. How could their old ancestor lose? Crack, crack, crack. Wan Jinni's face was ugly. He tried his best to resist. However, the destruction, sword formation, was constantly shattering at this moment. It couldn't be resisted at all. Damn it, I can't accept this. The other party's sword chi was already unstoppable, but it was indeed impossible for the other party to kill him. He was about to be hit by this sword, but at this moment, a crazy light appeared in Wan Jinni's eyes. His eyes turned gray. A sword light flew out from his body and attacked the Heavenly Dipper swords. With a boom, all 36 Heavenly Dipper swords were sent flying. A terrifying aura swept in all directions. Lin Xian was also sent flying by this force. Not good, retreat quickly. The people in the surroundings were affected as well. Many people didn't have time to escape, and their bodies split open. The remaining people were screaming crazily. Damn it, what is this thing? Those people were stunned. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were also stunned. Soon they screamed. The Destruction Sword, this was the weapon of the Sage King. Senior Brother One actually brought this weapon here. They were really too shocked. In the distance, Qin Xian, Uri's pupils shrank. The weapon of the Sage King. Indeed, this was Wan Jinni's trump card. With this thing, even a Sage King couldn't kill him. Kid, you can go to hell to force me to this step. Wan Jinni's black hair fluttered, and his expression was ferocious. With a roar, he communicated with the destruction sword above him. It was a gray long sword. It was incomparably simple, and the destructive aura on it was abnormally terrifying. The destruction sword slashed down, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. The world was split into two. Lin Xian was enveloped by the sword. Not good, the 3,000 heavenly demons were also not calm at this moment. Damn it, they were moving out crazily. They couldn't let the old ancestor be in danger. However, on the other side, the two sages of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion snorted when they saw the scene. Where are you going? They also led their people to attack. This was their only chance to kill Lin Xian. They definitely wouldn't let the heavenly demons ruin it. Scram! The 3,000 heavenly demons were very strong. They exploded with unparalleled power the moment they attacked. Other than the two sages, the rest of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were all sent flying. Those who weren't injured spat out blood, while those who were more injured directly turned into a bloody mist. However, they were still stopped for a moment. Although it was only a few seconds, it was enough for Wan Jinni. It was even enough for him to kill Lin Xian several times. Hadai. Wan Jinni was very excited. His opponent was finally going to die. Chapter 41:23. The Sword of Destruction fell mercilessly. Lin Xian felt that his body was about to split open. This destructive power was really terrifying, as expected of the Saint King's weapon. But so what? A hint of killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. A long black spear shot out from the ground. He held the great spear of destruction and directly slashed it out. The great dragon's sword soul roared, and there was a dragon shadow on the great spear of destruction. He waved it with all his strength and collided with the sword of destruction. Boom! 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 The great spear of destruction was a legendary weapon. As it was continuously unsealed, its power was equivalent to a Saint King's weapon. This was the attack of two Saint King's weapons. The power was too strong. The 3,000 heavenly demons retreated, and the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion on the other side were also sent flying. The two sword venerables were both shocked, and their eyes were also filled with shock. However, there was a sneer at the corner of their mouths. With this attack, the other party would definitely die. No, the 3,000 heavenly demons roared, and their eyes turned red. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Other than the sword of destruction, they also felt an extremely terrifying aura. Moreover, the demonic aura there was monstrous, and it was even more terrifying than the aura of their 3,000 heavenly demons combined. Saint Artifact. Moreover, it was the demon race's Saint Artifact, and it didn't seem to be weaker than the Sword of Destruction. The aura of the Sword of Destruction originally filled the entire world. At this moment, it was gradually suppressed. On the other side, the demonic aura was monstrous, as if the demon ancestor had been resurrected. Damn it. Wan Jianyi's pupils constricted in disbelief. He didn't expect that the other party would be able to block a certain death situation. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by demonic aura, and his expression was abnormally cold. So the Saint King's weapon was your greatest trump card. However, it was impossible for you to kill me. 3,000 heavenly demons, listen to my order, kill without mercy. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 3,000 heavenly demons roared crazily. Great, their patriarch was fine. And it seemed that he also had the Saint King's weapon's defense. This way, they didn't have to worry. They turned into demonic shadows and rushed forward. Damn it! The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion roared crazily. Although there were quite a few experts on their side, although they had many experts, they didn't have as many people as the 3,000 heavenly demons, so they could only quickly gather together to defend. Run away quickly. The people in the surroundings knew that a chaotic battle was about to break out, and the entire world would be affected. It was better to escape from this place first. Some fled to the edge of the world, while others directly tore through the void. He wanted to flee to the outer realms. In the end, the world was sealed by the Lord, and there was no way to escape. This made them feel despair. The battle became one-sided. The 3,000 heavenly demons were too ferocious, suppressing the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in an instant. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion suffered heavy losses. However, these were all terrifying sword saints and 2 holy venerables. After the initial panic, they quickly adjusted themselves. They combined into many sword formations to resist. However, that was all he could do. He couldn't resist it at all. 10,000 swords won. Come back! The Dark Sword Master roared crazily. Wan Jianyi quickly retreated. Lin Xian released a few strands of demonic qi that transformed into black dragons, wanting to keep the other party here. However, they were all stopped by the Sword of Destruction. Elder, Wan Jianyi returned to the side of the Dark Sword Master and the others. The Dark Sword Master and the Heaven-Splitting Sword Master had grave expressions on their faces. They said that everyone should listen to their orders. They should use the sect origin swords and transfer their strength to the Sword of Destruction. This was their last hope. Although they weren't Sage Kings and couldn't completely control the Sword of Destruction, they could transfer their strength to the Sword of Destruction. This way they could protect themselves. As expected, these people transferred their strength to the Sword of Destruction. The Sword of Destruction trembled non-stop. In fact, the seal that the Holy Venerables had set up in this world was also broken at this moment. Everyone in the entire Double Rain planet raised their heads and looked into the distance. What a terrifying aura! This was the Sage King's weapon that was awakening, the Sword of Destruction. As the sword slashed down, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The 3,000 heavenly demons were sent flying, and many of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. All of you come over. Behind them, Lin Xian roared when he saw the scene. This was no longer a battle between sages. This was a battle of foundations and the strength of a group. He wouldn't let the 3,000 heavenly demons die for nothing. After the 3,000 heavenly demons heard the order, they quickly retreated and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "He has the Sage King's sword, and so do we. Give it our strength. Lin Xian took out the spear of destruction. The black spear bloomed, and it could break the 9 heavens. When the 3,000 heavenly demons felt the demonic aura, their eyes turned red. Their strength was all given to the spear of destruction. When the people on the other side saw this scene, they were also shocked. As expected, the other party also had a Sage King's weapon. No wonder the other party was able to block the Sword of Destruction's attack just now. Why did this aura feel so familiar? Some people frowned. They felt that it was very similar to what they were looking for previously. However, they weren't very sure. After all, the 3,000 heavenly demons might have brought the Sage King's weapon with them. The demonic aura on the spear was monstrous. They couldn't be completely sure, and now was not the time for them to think too much, because the spear of destruction had attacked. This attack seemed to be tearing the 9 heavens apart. This attack was really too terrifying. Hurry up and attack. On the side of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, they worked together to launch a destructive attack. The Spear of Destruction and the Sword of Destruction collided. Boom! The world was collapsing and falling apart. The people below were too weak. They were crushed by this power. The stronger ones also felt their scalps go numb as they fled frantically. This power was too terrifying. At this moment, no one could resist it. After one attack, Lin Xian and the 3,000 heavenly demons retreated. On the other side, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion vomited blood. They retreated even further. The 2 Sage Kings and 10,000 Swords Pavilion vomited blood. Some of their bodies even directly cracked and fell into the void. There was no other way. Both sides were sages and Sage King's weapons. However, Lin Xian's side had the advantage in numbers, so the power of recovery was stronger. Damn it. Hurry up and leave. After one attack, the Darkness Sage King and the others instantly controlled the Sword of Destruction again and shot out rays of light. It enveloped them. They didn't attack anymore. Instead, they fled into the distance. Want to leave? Lin Xian roared and attacked. The 3,000 heavenly demons, once again, poured the power of the laws into their bodies. At the same time, Lin Xian frantically mobilized the power of the world to block. It was another heaven-shaking strike. The Sword of Destruction was hit and kept shaking. Tens of thousands of swords hung down, tearing everything apart. The people inside were once again injured and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. However, it was a Sage King's weapon after all. In an instant, it tore through the void and left. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and ran quite fast. However, the other party had the Sword of Destruction. It was impossible to completely kill those people. Seriously injuring the other party was already a very good result. Lin Xian quickly descended with the 3,000 heavenly demons. At the same time, he put away the great spear of destruction. There was great chaos in the Double Rain planet. The void kept collapsing. Previously, the energy did not disappear. Some people fled frantically. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a solemn expression. Although he had displayed his power this time and forced the 10,000 Swords Pavilion to retreat, it was still not enough. However, he felt that this was not enough. He wanted to let these people know what pain was. Therefore, he decided to set up a trap and let these people fight. Chapter 41:24. Lin Xian planned to release the news again. Then he and the 3,000 heavenly demons would work together to make a fake Saint King weapon. Let these people fight for it. Previously, the collision between the Spear of Destruction and Destruction had made these people realize how terrifying the Saint King weapon was. Once these people heard the news, they would definitely come regardless of everything. Next, Lin Xian and the 3,000 heavenly demons began to create a fake Saint King weapon. On the other side, Wang Wanjian and the others had escaped from planet Double Rain and came to a nearby world. They landed. After landing, the bodies of the 2 Saint Kings swayed. Wan Jianni spat out another mouthful of blood. The others wailed in pain. Obviously, although their lives were saved, their injuries were not light. Damn it, they really deserved to die. Wan Jianni kept roaring. Originally, he thought that he could easily kill the other party with the Saint King weapon. Who would have thought that he would make a mistake? Not only did the other party not die, but he also seriously injured them. This piece of news spread like wildfire, so much so that everyone knew that the previous collision was the collision of the Saint King weapon. Was this the weapon of the Saint King? It was only used by the Saint King and the others, and it was already so terrifying. If it was used by the Saint King himself, how terrifying would it be? With a light wave, the entire Double Rain planet would be reduced to ashes, right? Indeed, even if it wasn't the full-strength attack of the Saint King, the collision just now had caused Double Rain planet to be torn apart and shattered. This was still Lin Xian trying his best to control the power of the world and use most of his power in the outer realm's starry sky. Otherwise, it would have been even more shattered. No wonder those who used such a weapon would leave the star world and fight in the outer realm's starry sky. Because the destructive power was too terrifying. Everyone was cleaning up the mess. Many people were even preparing to return. They felt that this battle was over. In the end, Lin Wudi's side won. However, after that the news spread again. On Double Rain planet, the aura of the Saint King weapon once again filled the air. This stimulated everyone. Could it be that the treasure hadn't been taken by others yet? That was definitely the case. These people's eyes were red. They quickly went to their families, the holy city. In an instant, they all moved out. Wan Jian Pavilion, Dark Sword Master, and the others also received the news. At this moment, their injuries were more or less healed. After hearing the news, he immediately stood up and left. They decided to go to planet Dual Rain again. Since they had the Sword of Destruction, they believed that their lives would not be in danger. Therefore, he was prepared to go back and risk his life. If he could obtain another Saint King weapon, he would be rich. Buzz, on this day, the Double Rain star was once again cut open by a sword light, and the aura of destruction once again descended upon the earth. It was the aura of the Sword of Destruction. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were back. In the depths of the world, Lin Xian used the power of the world to envelop all of them, concealing their auras. This time they were prepared to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. They would not make a move. Sensing the aura of the Sword of Destruction, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. It seemed that humans would die in pursuit of wealth and birds would die in pursuit of food. Despite knowing that there was danger, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion still dared to come back. This time, not only did the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion come, but the people from the Demon City also came. The strong cultivators also brought Saint King weapons. It was a mirror, the myriad demon mirror. The demonic chi it emitted was incomparable. Not long after, bolts of lightning descended. Following that, a thunder giant appeared. It was indomitable like a thunder god. Countless people knelt on the ground to worship. Some of the strong cultivators from the Demon City were shocked. It seemed that the Thunder God City also brought Saint King weapons. Sure enough, the Thunder God's phantom was a huge battle armor. There were many people standing inside. They were the sages of the Thunder God. They were activating the battle armor, and they were extremely powerful. In the starry sky, a spatial gate appeared. Following that, powerful figures appeared. They had long tails, horns on their heads, and green scales on their bodies emitted a cold light. These were the people of the Green Dragon clan. Their young master was captured and did not return. They finally could not take it anymore. In the end, the immemorial ancient city had no choice but to activate the spatial teleportation array again and use the same coordinates to teleport them. They chased all the way to the vicinity. This time, they must catch the culprit. Damn it, I don't care about the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Since you dare to kill our young master, you will definitely die. These Green Dragon Clan experts rushed over aggressively. However, When they arrived near the double rain star, they trembled. Damn it, what was going on in this world? Why was it so terrifying? These sages were terrified. Even the sacred venerables inside felt their hair stand on end. Elder, are we still going to take revenge on the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? These people hesitated. Previously, they had not only obtained the spatial coordinates from the immemorial ancient city lord, but they also received news. The other party knew the 10,000 Sword sect, so it was obvious that he was from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Just as they were hesitating, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the Double Rain Star heard the news and were instantly enraged. Someone dared to cause trouble for them. They directly shot out a destructive sword chi into the starry sky. The people of the Green Dragon clan were still hesitating, but in the next moment they saw a destructive aura coming toward them. Before it arrived, their bodies were already shattered. They could not take it anymore. Run away quickly. These people of the Green Dragon clan fled crazily, but it was useless. When the sword descended, most of the Green Dragon clan sages were killed. Only a sacred venerate of the Green Dragon clan escaped. Moreover, his body was shattered, leaving only his head behind. It was wrapped in his soul and escaped. His eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. He probably would not dare to mention revenge in his life. Lin Xian felt that it was about time, so he released the fake Sage King weapon that he had created. That was something he had created using countless shards of saint artifacts. Many of these sage artifact fragments were obtained in the Green Mountain realm. Although they were all fragments, their power could not be underestimated. Now that he had combined them, it should be enough to pass off as the real thing. Moreover, even if they were discovered, they would probably be killed until rivers of blood flowed. As expected, when he released this thing, the eyes of the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Thunder God City, and 10,000 Demon City instantly turned red. This is something that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion has taken a fancy to. Scram! The darkness, sacred venerate roared. He controlled the sword of destruction and swept it across. No one dared to provoke it. Those who were weak all ran away, and those who were left were not strong enough to fight against the Sage King weapon. Therefore, only those who had the Sage King weapon could compete with it. For example, Lei Shinshin came out. He snorted coldly. If you want the treasure, let's talk with strength. They activated their Thunder God battle armor, forming a huge Thunder God phantom that stood between heaven and earth, resisting the sword of destruction. At the same time, a terrifying demonic chi descended from the sky. Those who were touched by it instantly turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 41:25. The three great holy cities instantly started fighting. Even a powerful faction like the Demon Palace could only retreat at this moment, because if it was a battle between holy venerables, they would not be afraid. However, once it rose to the level of a holy king or even a holy king weapon, they would be helpless. This was the difference in foundation. The battle between the three holy cities was very intense. Lin Xian deliberately let the small cauldron fly into the sky and let these people fight above the 9 heavens. It would be best if they could fight to the outer realm. Otherwise, Double Rain Planet would really be destroyed. At that time, it would be useless for him to take it back. Sure enough, seeing that the small cauldron wanted to fly away, the people of the three holy cities also charged out. A great battle broke out in the outer realm. Buzz, everyone is fighting so fiercely that it's difficult to separate. Why don't you give the thing to me? At this moment, a charming voice sounded in the starry sky. Buzz, accompanied by the charming voice, many enchanting people appeared in the surroundings. They worked together to shake the bells on their wrists. At the same time, an even more ancient bell appeared in the sky, and the sound of it rang out. Everyone was enchanted, their blood and chi surging as if they were about to explode. The Joyous Union Bell. Moreover, it was the real Joyous Union Bell. It was a holy king weapon. The joyous union bell in the hands of the other people of the joyous union palace was a replica. The higher the status, the stronger the replica. However, none of them could be stronger than the real Holy King weapon. At this moment, when the real joyous union bell appeared, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. As a result, the blood and chi of the people of the three holy cities surged. Damn it, they had to defend against the sound wave attack. They did not dare to be careless. If they were not careful, they would probably fall into the trap. At that time, they would die very miserably. Did Qin Xianer also bring the joyous union palace? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Great, this way, it would be even more lively. A few days later, another faction arrived, also bringing a Holy King weapon. It was a long saber that was very resplendent, as if it was made of gold. There were 9 golden crows engraved on it, as if they were about to ascend. Golden Crow Saber, the Holy King weapon of the Golden Crow clan. Obviously, the Golden Crow clan also participated. A great battle broke out. The 5 forces fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. Lin Xian did not expect to attract so many holy cities. Therefore, he controlled the small cauldron again and flew into the depths of the universe. The 5 forces also fought into the distance. Along the way, there were some small planets and worlds that were shattered and turned into ashes. One could imagine how powerful it was. This battle startled countless people. Although only 5 forces were participating, the rest of the people were watching the battle closely. They wanted to know who would obtain the treasure in the end. No matter whose hands it landed in, it would definitely allow that faction's strength to increase greatly. The 5 forces fought very miserably. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The news of the battle spread very quickly. Many holy cities were alarmed. Someone from Peerless City had arrived. That was because they had received news from Planet Double Rain that Lin Xian was also here. They were worried about Lin Xian's safety, so they also sent people. This time, it was the first generation's chief disciple, Linghu Chueshue. He did not bring many people with him. There were a total of 5 people. However, these 5 people were all extremely terrifying experts. The 5 of them were all holy venerables. They even carried a weapon of the Holy King. After all, in such a great battle, the weak were not enough. After they arrived, they did not participate in the battle. Instead, they flew towards Planet Double Rain. The people of Planet Double Rain watched the battle in the outer realm from afar. Suddenly, they felt a terrifying aura approaching. Their scalps went numb. Which faction was it? Lin Xian also sensed it immediately. It was his eldest senior brother. He hurriedly rushed forward. Of course, he was wearing the Void Beast skin. After all, he was still hiding in the dark. Senior brother Linghu, it's me. Lin Xian enlarged the Void Beast skin and enveloped Linghu Chueshue and the others. Junior brother Lin, you're here. Are you okay? Linghu Chueshue asked. The other 5 holy venerables were also speechless. Could it be the skin of a void beast? Lin Xian nodded. Everyone, please follow me. He brought Linghu Chueshue and the others into the depths of the world. Then he gave them a simple explanation of what had happened. After Linghu Chueshue and the others heard, they were greatly surprised. You're saying that this was a trap set up by you? The other 5 holy venerables were also stunned. They knew that the 5 holy cities were snatching the Holy King's weapon. However, they did not expect that the Holy King's weapon was actually a fake. Seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved. Master was very worried. Linghu Chueshue breathed a sigh of relief. His master was naturally the unparalleled Holy King. Lin Xian chuckled. Senior brothers, elders, I still have something that I need your help with. Oh, what is it? Just tell me. Lin Xian said that in the end, they will definitely discover that they were deceived. Thus, they might counterattack. Although I'm not afraid of them, my goal is not only that. To be honest, I've already obtained the realm core of Planet Double Rain. It's already my world. Thus, this time, I'm going to eliminate all the powers above. I hope that my senior brothers and elders will help me when the time comes. This world is yours. Linghu Chueshua was too shocked. The 5 elders also sucked in a breath of cold air. Truth be told, ever since they arrived at planet Double Rain, the news about Lin Xian had been more and more astonishing. Especially now they were stunned. Lin Xian actually possessed an entire world. It was truly inconceivable. However, they soon laughed. Very well. Lin Xian was a disciple of their unparalleled city. The stronger Lin Xian was, the stronger their unparalleled city would be. Linghu Chueshua said, "Don't worry. We'll definitely help you with this matter. Whoever dares to go against you will be going against our unparalleled city." Following that, they also stayed there and secretly watched the battle. Seeing the holy cities fighting so miserably, they were exceptionally happy, because what those people were fighting over was a fake. A few days later, Lin Xian was stunned again. That was because he heard roars in the distance. It was the roar of a dragon. It was the voice of Rizalong. They had actually come as well. Elder, wait. I'm going to pick up 2 friends. Lin Xian was once again carried by the void beast skin. He left Double Rain Star and came to the outer realm. Sure enough, he saw a dragon, a toad, and a little white monkey flying over from afar. Looking at the great battle ahead, they were very excited. Damn, what's going on? Double Rain Star had been destroyed. Where's that brat Lin Xian? Would he be angered to death if he knew? The Crimson Dragon kept muttering. The toad's mouth was even bigger. Do you think that brat has already been killed? The little white monkey patted him. Impossible. How could it be impossible? He still hadn't appeared. The toad said, "Why don't we divide this world?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped again. This slap directly sent him flying. Damn, who dares to sneak attack me?